So we'll make a start. Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for coming along today. We have yourselves in the room, and then we have an online audience currently of 33 people, which might fluctuate throughout the day. So this is a truly hybrid event. And it's my pleasure to welcome you all. My name is Professor Sarah Atkinson. I'm from the Department of Culture, Media and Creative Industries in the Faculty of Arts and Humanities here at King's College. Sadly, I'm not able to stay after I've done my introduction this morning. I'm really sad because this looks to be a very, very exciting 2 days, lots of wonderful talks and activities arranged for you. So a formal welcome to the Symposium of Attention and Perception in XR. This is a really vibrant area of research that has emerged from our various departments and collaborations at King's. It's a very interdisciplinary initiative, comes out of culture, media, creative industries, digital humanities, and in collaboration with the Centre for Attention Studies. It's really important and timely, as I'm sure you're all aware. There's been huge investment, particularly in the UK, into immersive technology, into studios, stages, virtual production, etc. So these debates and how you inform this going forward is really, really important, because I think the emphasis has been on technological development and less on embodied practices and human interventions. And I think lots of the conversations will advance that and take that forwards today. The reason I can't stay today is I've been invited to a UKRI roundtable on the future of the creative industries. It was something that I didn't want to miss. I think it's an important opportunity to influence and intervene on that debate. And one of the key items is technology, and it's aligned AI with immersive technology almost on an equal footing, which I think is really, really exciting. So that just shows, the initiatives that you're going to push forwards hopefully will be reflected in UKRI funding policy to come. So please do, engage as much as possible. I know lots of these presentations and talks are perhaps early and are inviting contribution and intervention and shaping new conversations, perhaps actions around, future funding calls that you might go for and future initiatives. So I'd be really, really excited to see what comes out of today. And then finally, just a huge thank you to the organisers who've been working tirelessly to put this together. That's Stephanie, James, Gabriele, and other colleagues. I know I don't want to miss names, but to everybody who has contributed to this, a very, very warm thank you. It's no mean feat that the two perhaps busiest departments in the faculty in terms of student numbers and marking, culture, media, creative industries and digital humanities have been responsible for this. So it just shows the passion and the dedication behind pushing this forward. So thank you very much, and enjoy the day. Thank you. So I'm going to hand over to Steph, who will deal with housekeeping.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Thank you, Sarah, for your lovely introduction. I'm going to do a little bit of housekeeping, both for in the room and for in the Zoom. So if you're in the room, please keep your computer audio off to avoid horrible echoing issues. We are recording the Zoom, but we're also taking some photos in the room. Sorry, we're also taking some photos in the room across the day. So if you'd rather not be photographed, please let us know. More in the room housekeeping: in the event of a fire, head to that door over there and follow Felicity, who is a fire marshal, and she'll lead us to the evacuation point. There is one toilet on this floor, but there are additional ones on the floor above and the floor below. I feel a little bit like an airline attendant. And in terms of housekeeping on the Zoom, please keep your mics muted unless you're answering a question or you're speaking. And feel free to post things in the chat, which Felicity is going to be monitoring for us very kindly. I think that's everything. Have I missed anything? No, that's good. In that case, I'll hand over to Joanna, who's going to be moderating our first panel.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm Joanna Zylinska. I'm Professor of Media Philosophy and Critical Digital Practice in the Department of Digital Humanities and Interim Director of the Centre for Attention Studies, which is hosting this symposium. And I would like to add to the thanks, or repeat the thanks that my colleague Sarah already directed at all of you. I would like to thank my colleagues in both departments and those involved in the organization of the symposium, as well as the King's Digital Lab, which is also part of the whole kind of initiative. I would like to say that this symposium on attention and perception in XR is also a moment when we are launching a research group on attention and XR. So this is also a celebration and an invitation for you to see what we are up to, for us to come together maybe in different configurations in the future. And now on to the first session, attention, design, and user perception. And our first speaker is Rob Morgan, who is a creative director at Playlines and going to be talking about surprising myself, drawing attention to augmented identities in XR storytelling through Anagnorisis. And Rob is online, I understand. Yes.
Hi, I'm very, very sorry I can't be there in person. I'm in Malta for work, but I'm really, really excited to be part of the event. Yeah, I'm just trying to share my screen, but it's just been disabled, so if somebody can let me in. Or I posted a link to my talk if people want to find it in Google Docs, if somebody else doesn't mind driving. Screen sharing is still disabled. I can make a start on my introduction.
Somebody's working on enabling the screen. Just give us a sec.
No stress. I'll start my introductions then. All right. Just interrupt me when I'm ready to screen share. So, hello, I'm Rob. I'm a writer and an experience designer, whatever that is. I started my career in the games industry as a lead game writer at PlayStation. I wrote the first PlayStation VR narrative demo. I've been making augmented reality.
You can show the screen, sorry.
Okay. Hang on. It's immensely complicated. Okay. That's going to take a second. It might be easier if somebody just grabs the link. Hang on, Chrome and Zoom. Yes, allow. Thank you. Technology, it makes our lives so much easier. Okay. Let's try that again. Here we go. Right, thank you for bearing with me. Can everybody now see my screen? Should see the title card, which is surprising myself. Great, thumbs, thumbs, thumbs. Hello. So I've been making augmented reality games and AR theatre for 5 years. BPG, that's before Pokemon Go. I now run the AR studio Playlines. I make VR and AR games, make immersive theatre, and I make augmented experiences for museums and galleries. I'm a visiting fellow at King's studying location-based digital media. I've also just finished writing a book on storytelling for augmented reality, which is due out in November from Routledge. I'm doing a preview on Thursday, the 27th at the XR meetup, if anyone's interested, or email me afterwards. Now, I am not an attention scientist. I'm a narrative person, a storyteller, working across VR and augmented reality for years, and I've written and directed all kinds of games, live mixed reality theatre, and cultural XR installations. So I spend a lot of time thinking about how to build coherent story worlds and do coherent storytelling for augmented audiences. And in 10 years of developing AR, one of the things I've learned is that an augmented player is a player who's not just distractible, but that their attention is fundamentally divided across multiple layers or versions of reality simultaneously. Except maybe not divided, because in 10 years of making AR, one of the other things I've learned is that audiences, especially modern audiences, are very capable of hybridizing their attention across multiple layers or levels or channels of experience, both digital and real, without having to maintain strict fourth walls or bicameral divisions between them. In fact, modern life almost demands that we're able to maintain our perceptions somewhere between real and not real without stressing about it too much. Baudrillard called this hyper-reality, where an individual is unable to tell the difference between what's real and what isn't. An augmented reality player is fundamentally highly stimulated, maybe even overstimulated, partly present in the real world, which is already very distracting, and also navigating an additional dimension, which demands a lot of their attention. But modern players are very capable of maintaining those different realities and switching between them. Unlike VR, players engaged in AR haven't exited the real world and entered another one. They're creating and cohering a hybrid experience, maintaining a position on a shifting continuum between multiple realities. Actually, as a VR writer, I don't think you exit reality entirely in VR either, but that's a longer story. Suspension of disbelief is still just as vital to VR storytelling as it is in any other medium. And immersion is not a binary state. It's an agreement. It's a pact between the creator and the audience. Being in the real physical world is already a state of immersion. And we can be simultaneously immersed in multiple real sensory experiences and imaginative experiences simultaneously. All the way back in 2006, de Souza Silva was observing how the 2D flat screen internet, not even flat screen, like on cathode ray monitors at that point, that alone was enough to blur these lines, not because we could make graphics which appeared real, but because our emotional, imaginative engagement with those digital experiences means we stop defining a strict boundary between real and not real. After all, so much of our supposed real-world experience takes place inside our own heads anyway. I think we've reached a state of hyperreality now, and not because the graphics and augmented superimposition technology and technology in general has become so good or realistic that we can't tell what's real. It's that those experiences have become so emotionally and imaginatively stimulating that we stop minding whether or not they're real, at least those that are relevant to our own lives. We don't need an expensive XR headset to see this in action. This is what the player of a hybrid reality game like Pokemon Go is experiencing, even with a world mediated largely through a 2D map. That alone is enough to stimulate the player's imagination, to partially immerse themselves in a partially Pokemonized experience of their local reality. And I believe this is the case with all augmented reality. It's the player's imagination which coheres the different layers of realities into an experiential hybrid whole. The player can switch between layers, but they're also blending different digital and physical demands on their attention into a coherent experience, just as we do with any form of imaginative play. John Hanke, the CEO of Niantic, who make Niantic Pokemon Go, has even framed this as an issue of rights, the right to reimagine the world, in whatever playful way we choose. That's also, by implication, the right of companies to sell consumers whatever version of the world they might want. And again, you don't need a headset to do this. A study from 2012, so that's 5 years BPG, found that child Pokemon fans already engaged in imaginative play in their neighborhoods. 5 years before Pokemon Go, the world of Pokemon, the imaginative world, was so rich that kids were routinely, quote, remaking their homes, local shops, and neighborhoods as intervolved with the Pokemon universe. This concept of being intervolved imaginatively, it's core to how audiences experience augmented realities. And again, it's an extension of humans' native tendency to create and then play in between imaginative fictions alongside or parallel to reality. So a Pokemon Go player can be hunting Pokemon in parallel with their walk to the shops. And if that player stops to buy some McNuggets, they haven't necessarily pressed pause on the game or on their intervolvement with the game, just as they didn't press pause on ordinary life to engage part of their attention with Pokemon in the first place. That's why we call it a hybrid reality game. And you can tell, because it's not a contradiction in the fiction or in reality to say that in Japan and France, every single McDonald's is a Pokestop. This means that that very physical, real landmark of a McDonald's on a street corner also has a meaning inside the fictional digital layer of the game. The physical McDonald's is intervolved with an augmented reality layer, which is only perceived by a tiny fraction of its customers. Now, Pokemon is brilliantly designed to be not just a multi-platform franchise, but a multiversal or multi-reality franchise. The fourth wall of the Pokemon fantasy is beautifully porous. Portability is baked into it for a start, they're pocket monsters, but also baked in is the idea that anyone can be a Pokemon trainer. It's a very clear, desirable, ready-to-wear fantasy identity, which is flexible enough that anyone can embody it, in theory. Though you might notice we're seeing a lot of the same kinds of faces here. The whole Pokemon fantasy, and in particular that identity of trainer, is very well designed to prime readers to willingly suspend their disbelief. Or maybe to agree to remain suspended between different realities, or suspended between beliefs, just like we do when we engage in imaginative play. And then again, in a sense, this is what all augmented reality is doing. But what does this mean for storytelling? As a writer, how do I use this hybrid perception to tell stories? There's so much to be said about this that I had to write a book about it. But one area I'm particularly interested in is this idea of augmented identity or intervolved identity, where the augmented player becomes the protagonist of the story. As a storyteller, it's my job to hold the player's attention, but also to manipulate their attention to create emotional effects, like that bright and happy theming of the world that Hanke was talking about. But augmented players are participants, right? They're embodied in everyday reality, and any augmented reality purports to be taking place in that reality. So they expect to be intervolved, the same way they're intervolved with everyday physical reality. So in AR, it's vital to involve the player and create space in the story for them. But luckily, because they can maintain that suspension between realities and beliefs, they can also maintain a suspension between identities. After all, we embody and slip between multiple identities in the course of everyday life anyway. Adding in a fictional identity like Pokemon Trainer, just giving the player more cards to play with. So in the interest of giving you some concrete best practices from my experience in XR storytelling, I wanted to give 3 quick principles for building augmented identities. First, storytellers have to co-characterize augmented identities in collaboration with the player. To date, most augmented realities have only superimposed relatively light, pliable identities onto the player. The players either themselves or a version of themselves, so they can easily intervolve themselves in the story. But not all stories can have anonymized or every person protagonists. Sometimes we need to be able to strongly characterize the player protagonist to tell a good story. But an augmented player isn't simply piloting an avatar the way they might in a flat screen game or even a VR game. They haven't stepped into a new world. They're in a slightly augmented version of the ordinary world, and hopefully a slightly augmented version of their own body. So we can't simply project or impose characterization onto them. In an XR story, the player and the protagonist are merely the same person. Most of you will have heard the old screenwriting adage that in a good film story, you can't just tell people what is happening and why, you have to show them. That's for a passive, spectating film audience. In an XR story, you can't simply tell the player who they are, can't even simply show the player who they are, you have to let them be who they are, and then augment it. How do you augment it? Well, in an XR story, the player and the protagonist are nearly the same person, right? I lost track of that there. So successful augmented reality narratives have to treat everything the player might do and every whom the player might be as potentially diegetic. Hopefully everybody is happy with diegetic. If not, give it a quick Google. Diegetic means that it's part of the story world. So everything the player does can be part of the story world. We have to treat everything the player might do and feel as part of the story. That means that everything they do is characterizing their player-protagonist identity. Everything they do is characteristic. However much you need to impose character in order to tell your story, you also need to allow the player to bring a large portion of themselves with them. This is what it means to be intervolved with an augmented reality. If a child who's engaged in imaginative Pokemon play out in their neighborhood, if that child decides they're tired, they might switch out of engagement with the Pokemon trainer identity, they might de-intervolve themselves and decide to go home for tea. Or they could decide in their imagination that they're just playing a very tired Pokemon trainer. They might incorporate that authentic emotion of tiredness from themselves into the fantasy. Both are legitimate responses. And the Pokemon fiction is responsive enough to sustain both. So the player can embody and experience what it's like, not just to be a flashy, wish fulfillment, empowerment Pokemon trainer fantasy, but they can also embody a Pokemon trainer who's tired, who's undergoing hardships, who's experiencing setbacks, and this adds depth to those characters, and it adds depth to the experience of being those characters. Makes them much more relatable and compelling character. That makes the story that the player is co-telling or co-creating with you much more interesting and relatable and emotionally engaging, because it is as real and as human as the everyday emotions the player themselves is feeling. And it creates a door, leaves a door open for the player to diegeticize their own emotions, so that then their most authentic feelings can be part of their story rather than something you're trying to partition out of the story. This is why, in my opinion, classic video game wish fulfillment, empowerment fantasy characters are not going to work all that well in augmented reality narratives, at least not without some adjustments, because an AR player is embodied as themselves. They're in their own body, with their feet firmly on the floor of reality. They're intervolved with their own reality, even as they're also willingly intervolving themselves with the augmented fiction. But if you try to tell them they're a badass, unflappable character, if you try to show them the infallible, inflexible action hero they're meant to be embodying, they'll fail at the first hurdle, because most people aren't trained actors, much less action stars. And their perfectly normal inner emotions will feel inauthentic to the kind of character you're telling them to be. You're setting an impossible standard of role play. You'll just give them the experience of failing to live up to being the hero, instead of discovering the kind of hero they can be. You have to let them be themselves to begin with, and then begin to layer characterizations on top, co-characterizing with them. That way, they feel their way into the role. They discover themselves already in the role, and you haven't ever had to ask them to perform that most intimidating, potentially embarrassing of activities, role-playing. I don't know why I'm making fun. I'm a lifelong role player. I love role-playing. And role-playing games are much more accessible than you might think, and most players are much better role players than we give them credit for. But one thing that role-playing creates space for, which most action empowerment fantasies don't, is self-consciousness. Which brings us to the third principle. Self-consciousness is not the enemy of immersion. We tend to think that the moment the player has become self-conscious is the moment that immersion has broken. But it's one of the most important, authentic emotional experiences inside the player. We can treat it as diegetic, as part of their augmented identity, rather than trying to exclude it from the fantasy. Especially if you're engaging with an augmented reality, which is functionally a form of make-believe, playing along with things only you can see out in the real world, self-consciousness is a perfectly natural reaction. But it is only the enemy of immersion if there's no space for self-consciousness in your story. If you insist on telling the player that they must play a character who's devoid of self-consciousness. Yet, self-consciousness is a hallmark of authentic and relatable fictional characters, the ones that stick with people. It's natural for the player's attention to be drawn to themselves. So treating self-consciousness as diegetic and giving them the opportunity to play a self-conscious hero leaves that door open for them to bring more of themselves into the role you're asking them to play. And if you do this right, then the player won't ever have to step through some fourth wall or start the intimidating and fundamentally silly process of role-playing. Instead, they can discover themselves within the character, a form of what Aristotle called anagnorisis, or dramatic self-discovery, discovery of one's own identity. That's what's happening when Oedipus discovers his identity, and we get to see the spectacle of him realizing who he is. That's also what happens, spoilers, to a primary character at the end of Game of Thrones. But instead, we can give that experience to the audience, discovery of their own identity. This allows the player to discover themselves, already embodying the hero, without ever having stopped being themselves. And what are stories for, if not to help us discover the heroic characteristics within each of us? That's where I want to leave it. Thank you very much. As you can tell, I never get tired of talking about this stuff. Please do send me an email if you're interested in my work or you'd like to pre-order the book. Thank you very much for having me. That's quite enough out of me.
Thank you. That was really exciting. Thank you so much. Hope you're going to stay on the panel with us here for the discussion. We're going to have 3 more presentations as part of this panel on attention, design, and user perception. I'm going to invite our second lot of speakers, CyberRäuber, Björn, Lengers, and Marcel Karnapke, Digital Performing Arts Collective, talking about orchestrating perception, user-centered design for immersive XR experience. I understand you're also online with us, so.
Okay,
all right.
Do the sound check, so I can hear you, Björn. I hope everybody else can also hear me.
Yeah, I hope so. Okay, I think I'll do the introductions or short introduction, and then Marcel will take over. I will be kind of like the VJ today, so we will see how we do this. Probably best if you somehow pin my screen so that you will see later on the videos that I'm going to play. Yeah, so Marcel and I met, I think, almost 9 years ago and formed what we now call a digital performing arts collective, CyberRäuber, basically cyber robbers, I would say, based on the first project that we did called CyberRäuber, which was a VR an idea of doing theater in VR and doing using a very famous German play by Friedrich von Schiller, Die Räuber, the Robbers. Yeah, and since then we have done a lot of different works, basically starting out in theater, bringing theater to virtual or augmented spaces, or doing VR and digital experience on stages. Lately, we have focused very much on also using neural networks on theater stages and also in our very recent experiences, which are mixed reality experiences, which Marcel is now going to talk about. Thank you for your attention. All right.
So yeah, Björn will start the video, and just maybe a little bit about myself. I started my journey into all of this at the Bauhaus University Virtual Reality Systems Lab. And it's funny because I actually started with projection systems, and there people were co-located in the same space, and it's beautiful that with XR, we are finally basically back in space. Maybe Björn, you can pause the video right now, so because it's quite short. And so we are back here. We are back in co-location in a physical space, which is great. And we also have these headsets now. This is a totally different mode, apart from using a phone or a tablet device, anything else that is screen-based, because right now we have a headset that is attached with a lot of processing power. We also have sensors and we have cameras. So we have a lot of things, different layers, I would say, of perception that we can alter and that we can work with. And what you're seeing here is things fall apart. This is like our first bigger foray into using XR to bring people together and co-located in the same space, and also make everybody else see each other. Some of those people know the others, some of those people don't. And it's very interesting to see how this all works while we are not currently networking all of the devices. Because I believe something that we have a network that exists out of the technology, which is just social, where people can see each other in space, where everybody is basically under the same conditions, under the same weather. So they create that's already one experience layer that we can control and that we can work with. And that's far better than virtual reality, or it is at least different from virtual reality, because we've used a lot of more socially isolating factors in virtual reality, where basically people cannot perceive each other, or it's a single player experience. And in a way, this automatically makes the experience more like multiplayer. But we have to be aware that this player metaphor is a little bit dangerous, because we are not in the business of developing games. We are more in the business of developing art pieces. We're also in the basically stages of developing new spatial computing interfaces to access large sets of data, because in Things Fall Apart, it was mainly about like the advent of generative AI, the advent of creating large amounts of images on certain prompts or on certain topics. So what we were trying to do is actually find metaphors of user interaction and also spatial display or dissemination to bring people into this huge data stream that was now possible with generative AI. So what we were doing is we were taking this poem, Heats, Things Fall Apart, and we're dissecting it basically line by line and using these lines as prompts to feed an ever-growing generative AI system that would generate a lot of information. First of all, I have to excuse myself because these are recordings from inside the headset. They do not really represent the feeling of having the images spatially anchored around you. Obviously, it's totally different within the headset, and this is just a mere visual representation. It just cannot do it justice. That's what I want to say here. But still, we can see that we tried like different layouts and different modes of interaction. But the mode of interaction is also very important to keep it concise and easy. And since this was the first version and hand tracking as a user interaction mode wasn't really that robust, we chose the controller. So any user that is immersed in this space right now is capable of using their controllers and just pointing with a pointer device at a picture, and they could take the picture and make it come closer to them or put it further apart. They could also arrange all the pictures if they wanted to. They could rotate it. So it was very simplistic interface. But the modes of operation, for example, now everything is anchored to the ground, which is a little bit more like you're like in a library or you're in a record shop or something, and you can walk around. So we were really trying to take our like first baby steps into XR, but I would rather call it like in this setup, spatial computing, how to basically test and make the system so robust that people can talk with each other. And here's again the funny thing: since we didn't technically network these devices, we actually had the same space and we had different people in there, but the objects were at the same space anchored, and also the timelines were synchronized, which meant basically everybody would start at the same time, which enabled people to see the same thing at the same place still. They couldn't just share it. They couldn't just move it around. They had to talk about it. And they did that. They got together quite a lot and talked about this. And it also worked quite fine because there's this other thing where you scale the user base. So we tested this, for example, with this 2 people, which makes the experience also quite powerful because then they both know that they are the only ones that are playing this. So they also talk quite a lot, but also in a setting where you have more than 5, like 10 people or something like that, that also worked quite well. And people were also actually quite impressed and didn't even know if the system in the end was networked or not. So they also kind of created their own explanations and their own ideas and phenomena about it, which was also quite interesting to see that basically people thought they were networked, but they were actually indeed not networked. So maybe Björn moves over. Now, this is our newest thing that we've been working on. It's the Palace of Memory at the Humboldt Forum here in Berlin. It's basically about an old building, the palace, that has created lots of controversy because it got demolished, and they built a castle at the same place. And what we're doing here is we're going actually onto a new platform. It's called Quest 3. Before that, we had Quest 2. Now we have color pass-through and things like that. And we understood that the environment in the pass-through is very important. So we designed it as a hybrid experience in a way. So you can see the surroundings videos. Maybe you pause it for a second, Björn, so I can explain the setup. So surrounding the people in XR is a 270 degrees projection system that is creating images. And then we are also using actually the pass-through, but we are also using filters. It's called an edge detect algorithm that totally changes the way the people perceive their surroundings. This is actually important because the environment here isn't necessarily that good for color pass-through. Color pass-through is also a little bit like using your mobile phone in certain environments. And as we all know, these cameras, they cannot operate at low light situations. They begin to flicker. And when your phone flickers, that's fine. But when it flickers in your perception, that's definitely going to create some uncomfortable feelings. And so we opted to use filters here to not only change the environment, but also make people basically believe that they entered a different world, that they entered a different mode of operation, so to say. And as you can see, we're also operating here solely with hand tracking, which is interesting because now it is finally solid enough. We are also, since we're not designing games, we're not giving people tutorials. So what we also found out is that people can actually learn from each other, because in pass-through they can see each other, they can see what everybody's doing, and then there begins to start kind of a group thing where they just see if somebody else interacts in a certain way with their hands, they just try it themselves. And we have different modes. The beginning is kind of like a little bit like a tutorial, so people understand that they have hands and that they have agency. This is also very important for us, that people have agency, and every experience is a little bit, they make it their own, which also creates stronger identification with the work and what they're doing in there. So the start of it all is basically fragments of the building, of the palace that is appearing around them. And it's basically all about memories and how we perceive memories, how we build memories, and how we can alter memories. And what we did here is actually at the core, we again used generative AI, but this time in a specialized way. We wanted to create very photorealistic depictions of scenes in and outside the palace that were actually not real, but they looked quite real. So we were really experimenting with artificial, maybe you pause it here, Björn, for a second. We were really trying to create these artificial memories, and we wanted people with their real memories to come into the space and then talk about what is wrong, what is right, how is this picture reminding people of their past. We wanted to create friction. On the one hand, we wanted to create friction, and on the other hand, we wanted to create social activity in a way. And here we did something special. We again, as you can see, have all of those images, hundreds, if not thousands of images laid out in the space, spatially, but also as a design metaphor, we chose to use proximity of the user to basically unfold the entirety of the data set, which means in respect to your own position, you have only access to a certain amount of objects, but if you walk through this space, the new objects appear, and they're also hinted at by these little candle objects, these blue gripping objects that you can just grip with your hands and use and take closer to you. And we also embedded videos, and they have like a different candle color. And at the last part, again, you will see fragments of certain words about reality, about memory, about artificiality that people just destroy by, again, touching it, because it's all about fragmentation. It's all about the believability of our own memories. It's all about accepting that the narrative that comes from politics or from history compared to your own individual history of the place, and if you've been there, or even if you've born later and have no identity or memory about this, you can discuss. And it's like a research in motion. Memory is nothing that is fixed. And this is like the parable that we're trying to play here with this application, that everything is moving and everything is dynamic, and each little fragment and piece can actually be put together in a certain way, but it will also fall apart in a certain way, quite like our first installation. I don't know how we are on time, Björn. How many time do we have left?
I think we don't have any time left.
To the front. Oh, sorry, that's fine. Thank you for your attention.
Probably you've got about 1 minute if you want it. Yeah.
Okay,
that's
maybe
it.
Björn
So
can
thank
also
you. That was
talk for 60 seconds.
Yeah, thank you for listening to this. Obviously, it's a lot, and maybe also a different concept of building XR experiences. So looking forward to the discussion that's going to be there, I think, in a half an hour or so. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And it was really inspiring. And now we are moving on to the next speaker, Nadine Aburumman, who is a lecturer in computer science at Brunel University and is going to be talking to us about real-time physics for realistic virtual humans.
Thank you so much for having me, and thank you, Stephanie, for inviting me for this exciting event. So today I will be talking about the technical aspect, little bit about the art, but it feeds on the creativity. So my name is Nadine Aburumman. I'm a lecturer in the computer science department at Brunel University in London, and I do computer graphics and animation mainly. What is computer graphics? So you tell a story, we are creating compelling and believable animation for your story. And that would require believable character motion and behavior. And that's a lot of work in terms of graphics, rendering, physics, and geometry. So that's to touch on the first aspect of my research. The other aspect of my research is computer vision, and we are talking today about XR and spatial computing, and that's what I have been doing in computer vision in a way that I map facial expression from real time video to character animation in real life. I also worked on physics and real-time physics, meaning interactive physics for deformable body and fluid simulation. And in these simulation, we aim for believability and not realism. Of course, also, we cannot do geometry and we cannot do graphics without having mathematics and do deformation or believable animation using math. And in this research, this particular research, we did a barocentric coordinate and harmonic field in order to create deformable body. I will talk about it in a bit. We also, in the previous talks, touch a little bit about virtual avatar character and their emotion and their psychological mind. I worked with psychological department in KCL and UCL in generating character and to test empathy and different kind of autism traits related to virtual character. So in a nutshell, my research touched on CAD engineering and manufacturing, and also human-computer interaction, because for the end of the day, when we are producing any app, we are dealing with human subject participant, and we're testing how the feasibility and the effectiveness of the application. So what are the problems that we have today and we are trying to tackle in terms of realistic virtual human? When we are talking about animated feature films, when we're talking about movie and special effects, we are dealing with supercomputers, visually realistic animation, and offline rendering. So the participants do not react or interact with the application in real time. So what we focus on in XR, VR, and augmented reality is on visually believable animation or simulation, where we have small time budget to do all the computational needed for the animation, including rendering, physics, kinematics, animation, and more. So we also have consumer-grade hardware. And in our case here, we have headset. And these kind of consumer-grade hardware have limited power in terms of competition. And this is very limited for us. The main issue also that we are trying to tackle is low latency. When we are talking about interactive applications such as games, artists dealing with application, surgeon who train to do a specific surgery, there is so much into the competition, but we have minimum latency that we can provide. What we are trying to tackle is providing as much accuracy within 30 milliseconds. So it's very small time budget to do all this. Today's talk mainly focuses on one aspect of my work, which is simulating virtual human. And if we are interacting with VR, AR, or XR application, we notice that we made a lot of progress in terms of rendering and the believability of the appearance of virtual avatar. But what about the behavior of the virtual avatar? What about the simulation of their body, the soft tissue, the clothes, and their behavior? What about their hair and their simulation? That's also very important to make the participant maximum immersiveness with the application. So first thing that I will talk about is soft body deformation. And when we are talking about soft body deformation, we are talking about the fat tissue and also the skin for the virtual avatar. We started very simple with a geometrical based approach. I mentioned at the beginning that we use math in this aspect, mainly harmonic field. And let me show you a quick demo of what we have done to reduce deformation here. As you can see, we have generated automatically a skeleton for characters, and we are not here dealing only with humanoid character. We're dealing with all virtual character creature that might be encountered in or create in a specific story. So in this case, we have done created the inflation of the surface in order to present the surface of the ant here, and then we create something we call cage. This cage allow the user to deform the skeleton and the body of the ant with minimum computational demanding on the software. And as you can see in a minute, toward the end of the video, the user can use the cage, the point on the cage, which is barycentric coordinate, using the harmonic field in order to deform these soft tissues or skeleton based. So this is a geometric based approach. It's not physics, and as you can see here, it's purely kinematic. So it lacks a lot of secondary motion, as we call in animation, or follow through and overlapping. So we need to do better, of course. So we move to a physics-based approach, but this is not realistic physics. This is an approximation. This method called physics-based deformation. And for this method, we guarantee that we can preserve the volume of the character or the volume of the tissues. Many approach, maybe you have encountered in games, notice these kind of artifacts, what we call candy wrapper artifact, where the skin or the soft tissue lose the volume. So this is a quite old approach, but what is nice about this approach is that it's very fast. It's a linear algorithm. This has been improved using something called quaternion skinning, and this is also suffer from something called joint bulging artifact when do the deformation. So we have done a coupling approach between geometry and physics in order to preserve the volume of the joint and the soft tissues. And in this method, we have used surface mesh and also volumetrical mesh, and using a small kind of physics concept similar to Hooke's law, we simulate jiggling behavior, or what we call secondary motion for the soft tissues. So we moved from there, and as you can see, the previous approach do not accommodate or handle collisions when that takes place during the deformation. And if you notice when you bend your arm, there is collision happening between the soft tissues, and accommodating and handling these collision can be very computationally demanding. Therefore, we move to use something called implicit surfaces. And implicit surfaces allow you to detect collision without using physics, because these, I'm not sure if anybody heard of metaball surfaces. Implicit surfaces are similar to metaballs, and they allow you to just, as soon as the skin gets closer to each other, we can detect the collision and we can perform the deformation in a realistic manner. So we moved from there to enrich further the body deformation with more realistic concepts. Because if we look at our body, it's not only soft tissue or deformable body, it's also a rigid body using, if you look at the joint, and also there are many kind of multi-layer deformation. We have the muscle deformation, we have the skin deformation, and we have the collision between the muscle and the bone. So it's pretty complicated if you think about it, but we managed to achieve real-time deformation for this, a combination of physics-based using position-based dynamic and implicit surfaces. The second aspect that I want to talk about, human and virtually human do not appear without clothes, and dressed virtual human is crucial for any application, let alone XR and augmented reality, virtual reality. But this is additional complication because clothes are 2D object living in a 3D world. They suffer from a lot of collision, and likely in the mixed reality setting, human subject participant, the user, usually do not notice these artifacts. That's why we try to, as much as possible, deliver compelling and possible deformation rather than realistic deformation. And the aspect that we've been working on for the last year or so is multi-layer cloth simulation for virtual character. And as you can see here, there is self-collision between each layer and a collision between layers. That adds a lot of complexity, but this is what happened. People usually dress with layers, and virtually human, in order to create a realistic behavior and realistic appearance to virtual human, we need to simulate such layer of deformation. If you look at any application related to XR, you notice that most of the characters are dressed in shorts and t-shirts. There is not much cloth on in order to minimize how much competition is needed to produce. And also you could notice that most of these characters mostly have rigid deformation for these clothes. This is not realistic, and in order to maximize the immersiveness of the user, we need to produce believable deformation. Currently, what we are doing is producing realistic behavior of the cloth, ignoring the underlying body deformation, mainly make a kinematic, purely kinematic deformation for the underneath body. The last aspect that I would like to touch on today is the hair simulation. And as you also notice regarding cloth, also in most of these XR applications, you notice most of the characters have short clothes. They avoid hair that has complexity, such as curly hair, and there is close to none simulation for the hair. And this is at early stage of development, where we are trying to simulate each hair as a thread simulation, similar to what we have done with position-based dynamic, Hooke's law kind of approach, and also trying to minimize the complexity using small rigid body joint between each part of the hair as we segment the hair and then deform it accordingly. Thank you. I think that's it for me. I try to go as fast as possible to
Perfect timing.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you so much. Thank you for giving us a peek into your very interesting kind of technical processes and your design thinking behind what you are doing. So much appreciated. Looking forward to the discussion. Last but not least, we've got King's own Stephanie James, who's a lecturer in immersive media and global media industries, and is going to talk about XR, attention economies, and experience economies. Oh, sorry, behind me.
Do I need to?
Oh, yes, you probably do.
Probably not loud enough. Okay, here we go. Hello. Okay, can everyone hear me, see me in the room, obviously? Hello, everybody. Thank you for joining today, whether you're in person or online. I am the least creative of all the wonderful people on this panel. So it's a bit of a change of pace for my talk. And as Joanna said, I'm a lecturer in interactive media, but my background's actually in film and television studies. That's where my kind of academic background is from. I wrote a PhD about alternate reality games and how they're used in film promotion by creators and audiences. And I'm just finishing writing up slowly postdoctoral work on immersive media more broadly and how it's used in marketing and advertising. So thinking about AR and VR and immersive theatre a little bit as well. Not to plug things, but these are some books that I've written or contributed to. And you'll notice that in none of them does the word attention or perception appear. So the link between what I do and the notions of perception and attention are things that I've only been recently thinking about. So I'm going to be posing more questions than I'm answering. So sorry in advance if it's a bit hard to follow or makes very little sense. But there is a common thread in that promotion and advertising are all about capturing, maintaining, commodifying consumer attention in noisy digital landscapes. And XR has been playing an increasingly central role in that for quite a long time now. So what I'm going to try and do in this talk is look at two writers who were writing and talking about these things at roughly the same sort of time in the late 90s, and think about how this relates to a couple of examples of VR marketing that I've come across in my travels. And then I'm going to end with lots of questions because I have no answers. And because hopefully that's what the kind of symposium is aimed at doing, is bringing people together to think about how paths might cross and how we might approach some of these questions together. Next slide, please. Thank you. So the first kind of theory I wanted to talk about was the attention economy, which you may or may not be familiar with. I'm not going to spend too long on these lovely long quotes, but this is a conference presentation from 1997 by Michael Goldhaber, which says basically the attention economy is upon us in 1997, and it's only going to intensify in a world where attention is scarce. And that means we need to think about the demands on our finite attention, what we pay attention to and why we pay attention. So that's more kind of the political economy of the attention economy. Some of the key ideas from that talk for my purposes are that the attention economy has emerged because apparently the material needs at the creature comfort level are fairly well satisfied for all those in a position to demand them. So people from a certain part of the world with certain levels of privilege for whom those material needs are satisfied are now moving into an era where attention becomes more important than those things and more valuable than those things. And in that context, becomes a commodity that is closely linked to meaning or the meaningfulness of life, which I'll kind of come back to hopefully in a bit. Oops, sorry, not quite. The notion that money flows along with attention is something that I'll also come back to. and that this new economy is based on endless originality or attempts at originality, rather than the standardization of goods that could then be exchanged for discrete units of money. And Goldhaber points out that attention does not come in precise, indistinguishable units, and therefore it's very difficult to measure, it's very difficult to quantify, even though it is so very valuable. And then finally, this idea that attention is property, and that property is in the minds of those who have paid you attention in the past. So attention is valuable because it creates real estate in the minds of consumers. And if something was kind of able to capture your attention sufficiently, it will effectively live rent-free in your memory. And so these are all ideas that I'm going to try and draw on in the next couple of slides as well from that theory. So a year later in 1998, Pine and Gilmore published an article that said, actually, we're in an experience economy now. It's not the attention economy, it's an experience economy. But actually, some of those ideas crossed over. So they kind of similarly felt that in kind of previous economic stages had fulfilled certain needs, again, for certain people in certain parts of the world, to the extent that what people are paying for is not goods or even services anymore, but the memorable and emotionally engaging experiences that are wrapped around those things. Starbucks is their example. So what Starbucks is selling you is not in fact coffee, it is the Starbucks experience and all the trappings and meanings that come with those things. If we think about that in the context of the creative industries and the kind of creative arts, then this has been going on forever. This is not new for the creative industries. They've been creating experiences since forever. And they use Disneyland and all of its trappings as an example of well-staged consumer experiences. But we might want to think more broadly and more critically about how all art or encounters with creative works in general are forms of experiences. And if that's the case, then how does that fit in with this more kind of consumer marketing approach to the idea of an experience? But as they are coming from that kind of business and marketing perspective, what Pine and Gilmore here are potentially offering is a marketer's solution to the central problem of the attention economy from their point of view. So attention is scarce, services are no longer things that draw people's attention. What you need to sell them is experiences, and that is what will capture attention in this new economy. And that's really a concept that kind of builds on previous advertising and branding strategies that have been around for decades. So we're not selling you a product anymore, we're selling you the aspirational lifestyle that comes with the brand meanings attached to it. We're not selling you the coffee anymore, we're not even selling you the service of making it, we're selling you that intangible atmosphere of a Starbucks coffee house, which apparently is worthy of your attention and more worthy of your attention than the coffee that they sell. So that's the kind of link between those two theories. Sorry, thank you. And just as Goldhaber notes that attention doesn't come in these discrete units of measurement, it's also very difficult to measure an experience. How do you measure or quantify the nature or the quality of an experience? And therefore, how do you value it? So these are difficult questions for experience stages. But undoubtedly, as Goldhaber points out, money does tend to flow with these experiences that are capturing attention. And we can kind of see that in the proliferation of these experiential art installations that are all over London, where you can walk into a Monet, walk around a Monet. The Hockney exhibition has just come back to light rooms in King's Cross. And all of these things command relatively high ticket prices. And they are all eminently Instagrammable. And what I heard from a lot of immersive creators in my project was often that the social media value of these kinds of experiences was just as important as the experience itself. So reaction videos of people doing VR, cues for people to lining up to get into these spaces, video screen recordings of the AR apps kind of doing their thing and transforming spaces. And that is reducible to metrics, likes, clicks, follows, etc. And does help demonstrate the value of these experiences in the attention economy. How am I doing for time? Sorry. Okay, I'm going to skip. And also, there is a sense of originality becoming more important here. Might be a couple more clicks, sorry. In the sense that there's a bit of a fatigue setting in now around some of these experiences. And originality is key to maintaining this idea of a memorable experience, something that is attention grabbing enough to stick in your memory. And what is more memorable, on to the next slide, than stepping off your train at King's Cross Station to the overtures of the Jurassic Park theme tune, and then being greeted by a T-Rex on the concourse, very memorable. As you walk through the station, you might find, that there are also raptors hanging around and park rangers trying to get children to have pictures taken with the raptors, and then they'll hand them out some Lego stickers before they leave. And just when you think you've escaped this promotional experience that takes over the whole of the building, you come outside and you find this kind of scary looking shipping crate outside that looks like it might contain a dinosaur, but it doesn't. It contains many, many fold-up chairs and a VR experience, which is designed to promote the Jurassic World film that came out in the June that year. I don't know if I've got time to play the little trailer that's on the next slide. 5 minutes. Yeah, I think we can do that. Is there sound? Yeah. Don't worry, I can talk over it. You get the idea. This trailer gives you a rough idea of what you would see in the headset in that experience. They have sound online, but not offline, no problem. It happens. So that gives you an idea. This was a VR experience embedded in a much broader context of experience marketing. It was a partnership between Universal as the IP owner, Felix and Paul Studios as the VR creatives, and Oculus as the tech provider before it was bought by Facebook, now Meta. And it's certainly memorable, but the whole experience is very cognitive overload. There are so many things pulling on your attention, asking for your time in a transient space where people are often kind of moving from one place to another. And actually their attention is somewhere else and they don't want to have it sort of drawn away. And we might also question how these experiences could be meaningful as well as memorable, unless you are an 8-year-old dinosaur enthusiast. Another VR experience that works with attention in a different way is this promotion for the Jigsaw film, which came out in 2017. This was a VR experience where essentially the user had to escape a room set by Jigsaw within a given time. So you were trapped in this virtual room, had to solve a puzzle to escape it. This piece of marketing, you also use biometric measurements. So the metrics they used to kind of demonstrate its success were things like unique users and impressions, but also elevated heart rate, heightened galvanic skin response or sweating, and increased muscle activation associated with smiling. And the suggestion was that because of these physiological responses, that this was a more emotionally engaging experience and therefore was more effective than other kind of more traditional forms of marketing. So there are lots of questions to ask about the Jigsaw VR experience and lots of issues, not least questions about ethics and about data privacy, about whether we should metricize attention in VR experiences in this way and link physiological responses to emotional responses in this way. It's not enough to grab the attention of the mind, the body must also follow. And the commodification kind of both those things, the commodification of kind of users' physiological responses and kind of cognitive responses to this are kind of questionable. But these kind of metrics are the things that demonstrate return on investment and would help VR creatives kind of secure further funding for other projects or to do more kind of creative experimental work in the future. And so this kind of goes back to an age-old question of sort of tensions between art and commerce, particularly in creative advertising, where again, kind of smaller VR creatives would be able to find the budgets in marketing to kind of cut their teeth, to develop less commercial projects and to kind of get exposure or indeed attention to their own work. So both of those experiences, thinking back to those theories, are also created to kind of reignite attention for existing franchises that need to demonstrate that originality again, to bring audiences back to them again and again and again. And they are designed to use the VR experience to create other forms of attention that are more metricizable. So that's social media interaction. So either user data that's kind of collected in the VR experience, reaction videos of people doing the VR experience, eye tracking, head tracking, all of these things that are related to attention can then be linked to emotional engagement and effectiveness. And sometimes that's a bit hard to stomach. But if maybe we shouldn't be looking to the advertising industry for an example of best practice in that context. And last slide, it's just a list of questions. So, oh no, come back. That's all right. It's just a list of questions that I thought about while I was writing this ramble, and I thought we might be able to address together, but we can skip those and I can come back to them later. It's absolutely fine. Thank you very much.
Hi, everyone, again. So thank you so much, Stephanie. And we are going to be having our discussion, and I'll gather questions from chat. So please post questions, and people in the room, please raise your hands and wait for the mic for the recording. And in the meantime, I'll use the privileges of me being here and ask the first question for the whole panel. So thank you so much. It was really inspiring, a great start to the day. And I was particularly intrigued by your own kind of design philosophies. And that's a question I want to ask. Please don't be put off by the word philosophy in that. I just want to know, especially in terms of what we are talking about today and tomorrow, attention and perception in XR. What is your thinking about, you know, what do you want users to see and what do you want them to attend to? And why is this your belief? What do you want users to see and to experience, to attend to, and why? So kind of like bullet point understanding of where you are coming from in your own projects. Maybe we'll go in the order of the program, if that's okay. Can we start with Rob?
Hello, I apologize if there's background noise. Let me know if you can't hear me. Interesting.
That's okay.
I'm going to take the privilege of going first to slightly swerve the question. I write VR games, that's a lot of what I do, and I work with a lot of people who come from cinema and filmmaking into VR, and a lot of them come, understandably enough, with preconceptions from film, and kind of because it's a very visual medium, the preconception that VR will be roughly similar. But in fact, you lose control of the camera altogether. You have no autorial eye. And so the biggest sort of counterintuitive element coming from film is that in VR, the user has full control of the camera. If you try to arrest camera control from the player, that's what causes motion sickness and nausea. So learning to tell stories in VR is about creating environments in which there's stuff for the player to look at, rather than trying to direct the player's attention to one place where the story is happening. Now, use environmental storytelling like in a video game, you use lighting and sound to draw their attention to things, but you cannot control or monopolize their attention. I think that's what's interesting about VR storytelling. In AR, the effect is even greater, because not only can you not control the camera, you also can't control the set, because the set is largely the real world and it's moving around the player, unless you're using AR in like a fixed specific location where you can set dresses and control the environment, which is also in itself still, the player is still themselves. So you lose control of the main character of the story as well. So for me, wanting the audience to pay attention to something from a narrative perspective, actually, I would flip it and say I try to focus on earning the player's attention to elements of the story where I want their attention. And that part of the story has to earn it through emotional weight, through having a through line of narrative. But you also have to deal with the fact that they may simply wander off and do something else, and that has to be fine, and that their attention moving on to something you didn't even realize they would look at. You have to treat that as diegetic, because that is not only what the player is doing, that's also what the story's protagonist is doing.
Thank you, brilliant. Can we move on to CyberRäuber now, please?
Yeah, basically, I don't think that I would really add something to this answer, because basically that's, I think, our approach also. You have to, okay, Marcel will will interrupt later. But in a way, you are designing a world. So world building is interesting, and less the like the linearity of the story, I would say. We come basically, or our approach is from the performing arts. And in that case, you anyway have, like, I would say it's a spatial art form. So basically you always have to have the space around you to think about, and you always have to give people something, yeah, to earn their attention. I really like that phrase. You have a little bit more elements, more tools at your disposal, because typically people go to these experiences. And also with our XR experiences, the ones that Marcel introduced, of course, we also have kind of an influence on the room it is working in. Marcel?
Yeah, I'd just like to add that I'm thinking, just like with the advent of virtual reality headsets becoming more affordable and also being technically more sound, this was a new medium and still is actually, we're still exploring. And we don't really like the term virtual reality. We rather like to recoin it as virtual rooms, which helps a lot, because reality is something quite different and profound. And the same goes with XR, which actually means like extended reality, but it's more like actually spatial computing. It's important to understand that we have more here than just like a gaming platform or something like that, but we have the potential and the possibility to create something entirely different from gaming, I would say, and also something that is entirely social. It's extremely powerful. And here we, as our upbringing comes from theater, it helps a lot to also think a little bit about stages. So you have an external world that can be one stage, you have an internal world, can be another stage, you can combine them, and you also have the social interaction as another stage, and you can intertwine that. And you can also shift a little bit of the responsibility towards the users, and you can give them more the brains, so to say, and not use all of these mediums to guide and focus too much, because it's just beautiful to see when 10 or 15 people are working together. Because I also went out playing Pokemon Go with some children, and I had the problem that they couldn't really multiplay because they were all capturing their own Pokemon and stuff like that, and it still was kind of a social thing that we were doing, but they were also all isolated inside of their phones. And I would like to make more human-centered, more social-centered experiences where people can come together, and even afterwards it would be cool if people talk to each other, but before they started the experience they didn't know each other. So that can be something quite powerful, I found.
Thank you. Nadine, what about your take on this?
As they mentioned, I totally agree with their perspective. I would add to that and stress on the social aspect. And we cannot communicate social virtual living without having convincing embodiment and character when we digitalizing a human. So like in life, when we meet people, we look at their behavior, and the first impression is about their clothing, and that's how we communicate and make social communication with them. So yeah, attention can be on the environment and also on how we digitalize a human ourselves in a digital twinning or a metaverse fashion.
Thank you so much. And Stephanie, the same question, but in terms addressed to you as a kind of cultural critic and analyst of these systems and the environments. What is your desire for, what the users kind of see, view, experience, attend to?
Thank you. I guess it's interesting that what Rob said about earning attention again. So a lot of the knowledge that I have about this is how it operates in a marketing space, and obviously earned media in a marketing space is also deemed very valuable. And this idea that kind of organic attention is more valuable than kind of paid media or paid for attention. And so from one perspective, it's it's really important from Rob's perspective in a kind of almost ethical way to kind of respect audiences and earn that attention rather than take it from them. But that also has kind of a value from a kind of a more kind of consumer capitalist perspective, dare I say. But I'd also say, like, what I'd like to see maybe more in that space is design that is more user-centric, in the sense that it encourages people to pay attention to themselves in that space, as well as the brands in that space, the other kind of actors in that space that advertisers want you to pay attention to, but also to consider kind of people's own place in those spaces, and other kind of topics that came up around world building and narrative extension. That's the same sort of thing that you'd see in these sort of pieces of advertising as well. So trying to figure out where the user is in that world and in that narrative more clearly in some of these more commercial pieces, I think would be beneficial.
Thank you. I think Rob has raised his hand as well.
Just one thing to kind of a really interesting correlation to what Steph was saying was she was talking about the progression from the attention economy to the experience economy. But I think there's another stage that's more recent as well called the intimacy economy. My colleague Lee Alexander wrote a piece about this maybe 5 or 6 years ago, which is about parasocial relationships that develop on the internet. That's an example of earned attention, which is getting more and more and more granular. And I think that's happening because the audience's attention is so sovereign that a parasocial relationship, like following somebody on Twitch, being a close fan of an influencer, often it's because of the kind of level of intimacy into that person's life or persona that they are presenting through their chosen social media platform. But I also think that we're seeing more and more intersection between that kind of influencer, individuated personality economy and personality marketing. That's intersecting with immersive, because if you look at the VTuber community, and if you don't know anything about it, Google VTubers, those are virtual characters which are also developing parasocial relationships, not AI characters, people who are performing and puppeting like virtual characters and developing these parasocial relationships, but they're getting people's attention in smaller and smaller and more nuanced communities of relatability, of shared interests, of shared frames of reference. And often that's associated with the kind of fictional character or persona these people are playing. It's another form of reality TV, but with, you know, people puppeting anime characters or dinosaurs or animals, and then being on Twitch and playing video games while pretending to be that character, but sharing intimate details of what feels like their real life.
Thank you. We've got a question and an interesting discussion developing in chat. So it's a question from Amy Cutler. It was interesting, Björn and Marcel, to see the actual materials which were being generated and experienced in the Yeats work. From the video clips you shared, I saw a lot of birds, probably connected to the falconer in the poem, the desert birds, etc. I wonder if you had a comment on how poetic language itself became translated into the XR experience. It couldn't show complex concepts and language, ambiguous heroes, times of turmoil, etc., which weren't directly visually descriptive. Did anything unexpected emerge in the XR's interpretation of the poem? So it's a question to Björn and Marcel.
Yeah, thank you for that question. Yeah, of course, maybe I have to explain a little bit about what's happening in this XR experience. So in a way, it was a second try to tackle this work, The Second Coming by William Butler Yeats. And the first one was basically done as a participative opera between two school classes, one in Germany, one in Ireland, and all of that was done in the height of the pandemic. And so basically we had the second largest opera house of Europe at our disposal, but no one was in. So we only made a huge video screening of that thing. And for that piece, music was created, music on the basis of this poem. And this XR experience was basically when we said, okay, we have this great music, we have this great topic about a world in turmoil and pandemics and wars and whatever. And let's do something, you know, throw AI at it. So that's basically what you then saw. So, and also the idea is that XR is maybe a very good medium to actually experience all this artificially created, generated images, sounds, and texts, because it's also kind of a different kind of world. So the music played a huge role in that. And I would say that in that context of this experience, that is basically the framework of everything. So all the people in the room are hearing the music at the same time. So we don't use headphones, but because also we want people to be able to communicate with each other, right? So in this room, like for 20 minutes almost, you are together hearing music, hearing parts of the poem, and then also interacting with these artificially created images. But I would also say that the images created were in a way also poetic, but it's also I think also it's very much about how you receive this, how you look at this stuff. So, and about the context in which it is shown. So in a way, what we have here is kind of like a white cube situation where basically everything that suddenly appears is kind of something that makes us think. But if I like this or if I find this poetic, it's very much onto me and onto the recipient, let's say. And this is also something that I would say we do like. We give people the responsibility.
Maybe just to add very quickly, I was quite impressed with the capabilities of, I think we use stable diffusion in the beginning, because the system has been trained. Stable Diffusion 1, yeah, that had a lot of artifacts. We liked that a lot because now the artifacts are going away and images look more real and real every day. So we really like that people are able to see if there's something wrong with the image. But the one thing that I also found quite profound is the fact that as we are writing poems as human beings, we think that these systems might not be able to understand words like the blood-dimmed tide. But if you enter them into the prompts, the system actually generates quite powerful images of very red, big canvases of colors that are moving. And it's quite, associatively at least, powerful and poetic. And we also created thousands upon thousands upon thousands of images and had to curate them down because we were actually also limited by the headset space in the end. And it was quite interesting to see how impactful and how powerful most of that stuff worked, even at that early stage, because a lot of people had looked at those poems. The poems are also part, basically, poetic structures of those generative AI systems, and they're also part of the image landscape. So they have been tagged quite well with whatever database they use with the Leon dataset, I guess. And so it was quite interesting to see that what you would expect, that it doesn't understand poetry, it actually does quite well. And I would also basically tell people to try that more, to try to see and understand basically poetry also through the imagery that can be created and these vast landscapes that are just hidden inside these networks.
Thank you so much for such a great answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the room? Anyone from the room?
Please raise your hand and I will bring the mic.
Rob, yes, you're. And I think there's a mic coming towards you. Here it is.
Thank you. I guess this is.
Sorry, I can't hear you, Rob. No.
Yeah, it was initially working, but now we don't hear anything.
I think you've muted your actual room. I think the room is muted somehow.
Is this one any better?
Yes,
Great.
that's better. Thank you.
I guess this is primarily a question for Rob and Marcel and Björn, but I suppose like one vision of what maybe artists or theatre makers or writers could be doing when they've come to these media and these technologies is to sort of pierce this veil of illusion and kind of break immersion. But it seemed like you guys were more interested in, I guess, terms like friction or porosity or blurring were coming up, and kind of rejecting that binary and maybe suggesting that there's not like a reality on the other side of the immersion. So I wondered if you were consciously setting out to do something slightly different, and whether that's kind of an accurate read on what you were wanting to do.
Yeah, I mean, this is my particular hobby horse. I don't think immersion is an illusion. I don't think that even stage illusions are illusions in the strictest sense, because I don't think they're reliant on the idea that we have to believe that something is happening for it to be compelling. I think that we are not casting a spell over the audience member when we get them into an immersed state, and we haven't succeeded in distracting them or monopolizing their attention or making them forget they're sitting in their living room wearing a plastic helmet. I think that audiences are capable of existing on a continuum between different immersions. And like I said in the talk, I think you start off being immersed in reality while also having imaginative experiences in parallel. I think it's in our nature to be able to coexist in multiple immersions. And so I don't personally have a lot of truck with the idea that immersion is broken if something ceases to be realistic, because we now know that Gorilla Tag is one of the most successful VR games ever, and it's extremely unrealistic. It's not like VR games are reliant on fooling us into thinking that we're really somewhere else. It's just that they present something that's tactile and sensory and emotionally compelling enough that we play along, but we play along with things that aren't real all the time, and it doesn't matter, and it doesn't make them less meaningful to our experience. So in a sense, I'm interested in involving the player and the player's own self, because I'm not interested in solidifying the fourth wall. I think the most interesting experiences, and maybe this is being a theatre kid and being a role player, it's most interesting when emotions can bleed through and that you allow for that rather than asking the player to draw a fourth wall within themselves and enforce a division where some of the emotions that they're feeling supposedly don't belong in the experience and some of them do. I don't see the point. Like, why not play with the player as their whole self? So yeah, this is where I'll buy around and have the argument with anyone who wants to argue, because people have different approaches to immersion, and it might be a AR first kind of perspective, but I think realism and immersion are not the same thing in the slightest.
People still read novels, and they are obviously...
Oh yeah, we've been able to create immersion with black marks on a white page for thousands of years. And books are an immensely immersive technology without this sense that I don't think the technology ever does the immersing for you. And so VR is not more immersive than anything else. I don't think you can quantify immersion per se. I don't think one experience is more immersive than another. I think some audiences opt to suspend their one reality and engage with another, some more than others, and some experiences do that more successfully than others, but never to the complete exclusion of reality.
Yeah, I would even say that, or I think one of our guiding principles is making stuff less realistic makes it more realistic. So if you try to get into people's brains, it's oftentimes much better not to give them too many riddles and too many uncanny valley effects they have to figure out before they actually get into it. And I think that's what we try to do. Also to engage them, first of all, because also you have to get that off your chest in a way. You have to play around in a world before you can actually get influenced by it. So you have to have this little playful interaction in the beginning also, I would say.
Yeah, and I would say we never forget where we are. So with XR, we always think, for example, if we do something in a museum, people have kinds of expectations. They also have kind of rituals that they do at the museum. And we like to rub the fur against the grain by then giving them those headsets and changing this dimension of now having access to thousands of images or different kinds of media, instead of having this boring kind of stuff where you are actually just looking at things and you have to just digest stuff. It's all about creating a very easy mode of interaction that is also very human-centered, and only then you can actually go against the grain and do things that surprise people. Because we're dealing with a lot of technology here, and we have to admit that at the museum or at the opera, and not maybe the youngest people will pop up, but also elderly. And I find it quite empowering that with the right contextualization, like for example, at the opera or at the museum, people that are very old are now actually keen on accessing XR technology and different technologies because they know opera and they know the museum and they know the rituals there. And I really like it when I met elderly people who are really keen on basically give me the headset. I want to see the opera. And they would never, ever do this at a supermarket or at home with a headset or something like that. But the context is very powerful to get people basically back into that fold, into that space that is high tech and complex, and they're not scared here to use that. And that's also quite powerful, that we don't forget about basically building, designing things with Bauhausian style, where I'm coming from, for everybody. For the children, for the elderly, and let them come together. And maybe that's revolutionary in itself somehow, because I sometimes think these technologies, they exclude a lot of people, and that's not cool.
Nadine, did you have a point as well to make about that?
Yeah, I do agree with Rob. Immersiveness not related to realism. From our experience, we also noticed that virtual avatars that appear like anime or cartoonish are more impactful than realistic looking avatars. But if you look at industry that related to fashion, perhaps, or maybe immersive theater, where there is a play and there is focus on specific aspect, maybe realism is needed. But I do agree that in terms of appearance, for virtual avatar or digitalizing a human, realism is not impactful at all.
That's really, I think this is, I know, I'm sorry there are some hands up and people want to ask more questions, but we need to stop now for a short lunch break. So people in the room will be eating and we'll come back online 10 past 1. 10 past 1, we are starting with a session, Attention Modes and Artistic Treatment, 13:10 London, UK time. So please rejoin us. And at the moment we are having a 25-minute break. And thank you so much to all the panelists. It was a great start to the two-day event. So thank you for your comments, your presentations.
Great. So I would like to welcome you to our second panel called Attention Modes and Artistic Treatment. We have a whole range, a lineup of practicing artists in the room, and also one presenter joining from the United States remotely. The focus of this session is mainly on the experimenting with sensor modes in artistic practice and reflecting on what comes out of that. So just before I introduce our speakers, I would like to encourage people online to pose their questions, to keep posting the questions, even though we might not have enough space and room to answer them during the symposium. We are collecting those questions and we will be following up with the answers, asking our presenters to answer those after the event. Just follow us on our media. Right, our first speaker, it is my great pleasure to introduce our first speaker. It is Joanna Zylinska, Professor of Media Philosophy and Critical Practices from the Department of Digital Humanities, King's College. And Joanna's presentation is on attention in the image envelope.
Okay, thanks so much. Am I unmuted? Yes. We'll be talking about attention and perception in the image envelope. And I do have an art practice, but I'm also a media philosopher. And today I'm going to be talking more about the philosophical or conceptual framing of some of the issues we are dealing with during this symposium. The talk picks up some threads from my recently published book, The Perception Machine, Our Photographic Future Between the Eye and AI. And in that kind of closing pages of the book, I was trying to move beyond photography and after photographic images to explore the kind of relationship of images to XR and VR. And I'm also extending the concept of XR in this talk and in my current work conceptually in some kind of different directions. But let's talk about the perception machine, a concept which for me seems quite apt for us to understand what's going on around VR and XR today. What is the perception machine? Today, we are not only constantly taking pictures while being photographed and rendered by machines of various dimensions and scales. All these images are feeding machine learning databases, which is then used to generate new images. We are also today being constantly observed by human and mechanical eyes. And I propose that we now find ourselves living in what I call the perception machine, describing a universe of technical images and their infrastructures. The perception machine names a socio-political condition resulting from the automation of vision and imaging. But it also serves as a description of a large-scale universe of images and imagination. Driven by AI, machine vision and computational image rendering, present-day imaging technologies expand our sense of reality while presenting us with a sense of enclosure. They also attune our attention and perception to a unique spatiality and rhythm. So my work over the recent years has investigated what it means for humans to live surrounded by incessant image flows. The image envelope is the name I'm proposing for this dual experience of perceptual expansion and enclosure. So this talk asks whether the ever-increasing image envelope can be more than another business venture for big tech. Seeking alternative ways of attending to image technology in VR XR, I want to explore the possibility of opening up the image envelope with a view to allowing us to see, sense, and experience the world anew. And now for a bit of a wider context for this inquiry. The present moment, with all its political, economic, and ecological instabilities and threats, is resulting in our future being reimagined as part zombie apocalypse, part robot park. Images, especially photographically influenced images, are a key component of the imaginarium of that future, or indeed any future. So we need to recognize the role of photographs and their algorithmic color correlates in video games, cinema, social media platforms, machine vision, prediction technology, and XR, if we are to truly understand the operations of the perception machine we are currently inhabiting while going ever deeper into it, from the environmental and the social, through the computational, all the way to the neural. And when I'm talking about the photographic, I don't necessarily mean verisimilitude. I'm very much interested and in line with the argument of the previous panel in ways where certain forms of rendering and imagining are taken from what we consider to be the real and then developed in towards other visualities. Anyway, today, this is also the moment when we are increasingly seeing ourselves being seen, tracked, and touched by an ever-growing volume of cameras, scanners, and sensors, while emerging as us precisely through this process of machinic perception. The machinic image apparatus, therefore, has a predictive function. It forecasts us into the future by means of images, while playing a certain version of this future before our eyes. Its genre is an after-photographic hybrid. It's increasingly looking like an Instagram story intercut with a horror film, creepingly reimagined by AI. So even though the image envelope is enclosing around us, underpinned as it is by the multiple logics of extractivist capitalism, data colonialism, and biopower, I believe it's possible and necessary to seek some openings within the operability of the perception machine by trying to identify moments when the programmability of the system fails, and thus also, in another sense, gains something. These moments involve individual and collective actions of shared human machinic unruliness manifesting as systemic glitch. Following Willem Flusser's lead, this form of opening must be performed from within the machine rather than simply against it. The perception machine therefore serves for me as both a metaphor for a visual and cognitive enclosure, the one we may associate with this image envelope while it was being trapped or enclosed in an image in the VR goggle world, and as a socio-political and affective opening. So a lot of my work on the perception machine was undertaken around 2021, which was the year when the global COVID pandemic was in full swing, while we all became image for one another. While our reality contracted rather than extended, the process of mediation it triggered via Zoom, Teams, and other platforms and screens, which is obviously still with us as the symposium testifies, establishes the sense of living in an image enclosure while preparing us for the next phase of image life. When the pandemic started to ease off, with hope emerging due to vaccinations, another form of enclosure dawned on the horizon. In October 2021, Zuckerberg excitedly announced that Facebook was to become unironically known as Meta, and the company would invest billions of dollars into building a VR platform known as Metaverse. The unstable and jaggy after-photographic architecture of pictures and data flows, occasionally warping into image envelopes, was to become a full-blown 360-degree image sphere. The perception machine was to be both privatized and personalized, projecting the fantasy of many different worlds and many different futures for us all. Facebook had been investing in VR technology for some time already, with its Oculus headset, which only made users feel a little bit nauseous. The Meta announcement signaled a clear repositioning from a rhetorically social platform to an all-encompassing branded loop, one in which Neil Stephenson's dystopia from Snow Crash was to meet Dave Eggers's circle by forming a ring of virtual steel around our eyes, bodies, and brains. Zuckerberg's metaverse wanted to be a universal perception machine, one in which we should be able to have business meetings, go on vacation, and buy real and virtual goods without thinking twice about that old-style Cartesian dualism. The future, as photographed, graphically rendered, and stitched together into a seamless whole, was meant to turn our current Google world, where there still exists some perceptive and cognitive distance between what you search for and the technical infrastructure that delivers it, into Goggle world. Now, the word on the street today is that the Metaverse project has failed, with Meta burning through millions of dollars without adequate return. Yet my scholarly hunch, and also that of the research group here at King's and lots of other people obviously still doing VR and XR, is that the technology of XR, VR, AR, MR is not going anywhere, and that we haven't seen anything yet, literally. So maybe kind of XR, VR is waiting for its ChatGPT moment, but also maybe it's waiting already for scholars, critics, artists, performers to come and do something with it while we still can, while the attention is not yet on it in the same way. So paradoxically, it's in tandem with AI that XR can maybe do something, become something else. But Meta, of course, are not the only player in town, even though Google has recently dropped its hardware initiative, Project Iris. It's now focusing on developing the software stack required for augmented reality hardware, which it hopes to license to other companies. Apple is investing in VR, spatial computing, obviously, while Microsoft has had some success with its mixed reality headset called HoloLens, which uses sensors, optics, and holography to seamlessly meld with its environment. It's surely not accidental that the metaverse proposition and its skin are being rolled out at a time when the current horizon before our eyes is not looking all too rosy. Our planet is facing a number of problems that will only be exacerbated in the coming decades, from the climate crisis through to the automation of labor and other domains of our lives, as well as the growing inequality and the accumulation of both capital and decision-making powers by an ever smaller group of actors. Cyber warfare, coupled with many localized on-the-ground conflicts and the renewed threat of nuclear annihilation, add another level of threat. This state of events is turning most humans into unwitting existentialists. No matter what our social class, education, or geographical location, we increasingly need to understand and manage in our minds and lives various apocalyptic scenarios concerning the possible destruction of life on our planet, both in its social and organic guises, or even the destruction of the planet as such. What's particularly concerning is that those apocalyptic scenarios are being rebranded by some as business opportunities, with a secular form of solutionism dressed up as techno-aid salvation offered to us by a whole series of digi-messiahs, such as Zuckerberg, Elon Musk, or maybe slightly less evil, but not any less narcissistic Bill Gates. This mix of arrogance and capital, coupled with a hyper-masculinist sociopathy, tends to be presented as a form of genius. When I was finishing writing The Perception Machine, I picked up an Oculus 2 VR headset loaded with the National Geographic Explore VR app to discover two of the most iconic locations on the planet, Antarctica and the Machu Picchu. Importantly, the app itself was not being marketed as a game, but rather as an experience. What was of particular interest to me was that it contained a mission to capture photographs for the National Geographic magazine with a virtual camera, letting the entire family discover the world without ever leaving home. There were some in-game tips about photography within the narrative, training the user in the art of framing and light capture. What surprised me in turn was that unlike in console games where in-game photography is promoted by the manufacturers as a shareable activity with an easy way to download the captured images, in its VR counterpart, there was no easy way of accessing the photos, even in the game experience premised on photography. In what seemed like laboratory testing for an NFT-driven logic of digital exchange, the only way to engage with the captured photos was to display them in a picture gallery within the app, with no evident traces of those images in any of the storage spaces within the system, without actually hacking the whole thing, which I wasn't able to do or didn't want to do, especially it wasn't mine. I therefore had to resort to manual screenshotting and heavy editing, including cropping and upresing to take my images outside the VR experience. Hence they are in black and white and a bit rubbish. And I was actually screenshotting the TV screen at some point. Being in the explore world of the Antarctica and Machu Picchu felt both very real and very photographic. The designers had used photogrammetry, the technique of taking measurements from 2D photographs to generate realistic-looking 3D renderings of spatial objects to produce those visuals. The process involved capturing around 50,000 still images of the two locations, then stitching them together to generate a sense of an all-round experience, while correcting data errors and adding individual small elements by hand. What was more ominous, perhaps, was that this may be the only way to see the icebergs in years to come. Not just because the family will not want to be able to travel to them, but also, of course, because the global sea ice is irreversibly shrinking, while indigenous cultures are continuously exposed to cultural and material expropriation. Naturally, things don't have to be in this way. After photographic VR doesn't just have to serve as an anesthetic replacement for the world gone by. Zuckerberg and his ilk don't own the concept of the metaverse, and we're not even the first to announce it. There exists its other ongoing incarnations, where the perception machine enables some other forms of aesthetic and ethical experience, rather than serving primarily as a supermarket of data points rendered as photorealistic images, moving or still. So Serpentine Gallery's second volume, title of Future Art Ecosystems, titled Art X Metaverse, published several months before Facebook's announcement, offers guidance for the construction of 21st century cultural infrastructure as an alternative to the narrative about platform and world building shaped by large corporations. Recognizing the planetary scale of the Metaverse project, the authors advocate for the construction of an open and accountable system that builds on the expertise of public interest organizations while serving public interests. And they're doing similar work now with public AI. Importantly, it's not just in the domain of art that they seek spaces, metaverse experiences, pointing to art adjacent fields such as gaming, blockchain, film, video, and architecture. So to wrap up, Swedish philosopher Amanda Lagerkvist poignantly observes that existential media may furnish a foundation for us. They may also throw us. They may remind us of our frailty, our desires to disconnect, and our need to ethically contain the technologies we live and die by. In spite of the ominous sounding terror of this conclusion, my study of the existential aspects of XR and the forms of attention and perception it enables and disables is actually intended as a celebration. I want to celebrate both the current moment when the exuberance of the imagistic life is creating new ways of seeing and experiencing ourselves and the world, and ourselves as media subjects co-evolving with our machines. But my current work on images in XR is also, of course, a warning. More importantly, it's intended as an invitation to a shared conversation extended to designers, programmers, photographers, artists, writers, thinkers, activists, and white hats to experiment with, retune, and hack the perception machine while we still can, while we can still see and feel its edges and limits, while we can still feel and see anything without getting too distracted by the incessant image flow or too trapped in the image envelope. And thank you very much. So the book is free to download from MIT Press, so there is more there. And I use my Insta as a kind of research platform for exploring kind of new ideas from both myself and research groups I'm involved with. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joanna, for this explosive and provocative presentation on the existential warning of media. And it is my great pleasure to present our next presentation. Visual artist Madi Boyd will be talking about the complexity of touch.
Okay, so so I'm Madi. I'm an installation artist. I've been creating installations for kind of between 15 and 20 years now. And I often use a lot of attention, or kind of theories about attention, and I collaborate in my installations. So I'm just going to kind of take you through 3 of my installations and chat about them a little bit. So when I was at art school, I studied sculpture, but I was always doing a lot of photography and film, and always had this desire to kind of combine the two, to kind of bring them together. And so as part of that journey, I realized that what I was actually really interested in was perception and why we see things the way that we do. So quite a while ago, I contacted some neuroscientists at UCL to see if they wanted to collaborate, which they did. So I spent quite a bit of time working in their labs with them and having discussions. And the result of that, we created this installation, The Point of Perception. It looks like a screen, but it's actually a sculpture. It actually goes back quite a long way, and it's created from hundreds and hundreds of grids of string, actually. And then it's in a very dark space, and it has kind of actually has like mirrored acrylic behind it, and projections from either side. So it's actually it's not still. It's constantly moving. This sort of screen-like thing. And I'm actually tomorrow, if anybody's around, I'm showing videos of all my works, because they are a bit easier to understand from videos than still images. But they're also on my website if people aren't around. So this installation, it confused depth perception specifically. People found it very, very hard to understand what the size of it was, and how far back, whether it was just a screen or whether it had any depth at all, and what was real and what was illusion within the installation. Now, what was really interesting to me about it was that because it was just completely abstract, but people had a very emotional reaction to it, actually. A lot of people were very excited or very relaxed or very intrigued, and they saw things within it, and it really sort of ignited their imaginations. This is actually a shot of me installing it, the large version, which was about 3 meters wide, I think, and went back about 2.5 meters. It took 4 people, 2 people inside, 2 people outside to make it, and we were literally weaving, and it took like weeks. So yeah, it's not an easy install, this one. But so 2 things really kind of came out of this installation for me. One was that everybody wanted to touch it. So I hadn't actually told people they could, but everybody put their hand out to touch it because they couldn't see what was real and what wasn't with their eyes. So they could only do it with their hand. So again, so that was interesting in terms of proving that it's much easier to trick the eye than the hand. And also that for me, it also brought up this question of, so you know, you can't separate out the senses. So I've got a lot more interested from that point in the sort of the multi-sensory world, and also then in attention, because obviously if you're not attending to something, you can't see it, and that idea really fascinated me. So I kind of started researching attention, and particularly this, and then of course this idea of multi-sensory attention, because I was also fascinated by the idea that you can't separate out the senses, and that they are always interrelated, and will, you know, one will always affect the other, which is quite interesting in the art world, where you do have obviously a lot of things which only really are providing stimulation for one sense as their sort of primary thing. So as a result of being interested in that, I contacted somebody working at Royal Holloway, Polly Dalton, Professor Polly Dalton, because she works in attention. She's the director of the attention lab, and she was working particularly with attention in hearing and tactile attention. And it was really the tactile attention that I was most interested in and wanted to find out more about, because I was really starting to become very interested in tactility and in the touch as one of the multisensory elements. So we started a sort of collaboration, again, did lots of discussions and so on. And the result of this, in 2018, we created Digital Forest, which we showed at Royal Holloway Exhibition Centre, which is a huge space actually. So we sort of filled it with this forest. The idea was not to create something that actually looked like a forest. So it didn't, you wouldn't walk in and think you were actually in a forest. But the idea was to sort of create something that had the essence of a forest. So I was sort of looking into, there's a particular theory which is now, I think, being questioned, about how forests relax your attention, soft fascination, but how they relax your attention. Being in forests and natural spaces then sort of restore your mental resources, and that's why you feel better from walking through a forest, which is obviously true, but I think some of the psychology around it is now being kind of questioned, as I said. But there was lots of theories about the sort of the patterns, the cadence, the mystery, even the fractal geometry around forests that might be causing these effects on attention. And so we were looking into that, and I tried to incorporate aspects of that into the installation. This is just a little GIF showing you, again, just a tiny portion of it. The forest had 3 zones. There was a rain zone, a glade, which was sort of things above your head, and this area, which was, again, it was using lots of projectors. There's about 15 projectors, I think, in the space, projecting imagery that had originally come from forests but had then been abstracted. And for example, this little bit, it's projecting onto thousands and thousands of tiny pieces of projection screen. So again, so very, very immersive. I did want it to be very tactile. However, this particular installation didn't stand up that well to the tactility, which is why I went on to my next work. But it was incredibly immersive, and we did do experiments about attention within the gallery. Again, we didn't get results that were very conclusive. They did show a small replication of the original experiment, but it wasn't that conclusive. So we've actually since done an analysis of behavior and sort of adjectives from feedback, which does show very much that people were very calmed by it and very relaxed, and people spent a long time in here, and mindfulness classes sprang up within the installation spontaneously and things. It was there for quite a long time, 2 or 3 months. But it just sort of sort of confirmed my interest in this sort of multimodal attention, in terms of installations are always going to be very multimodal, but in fact all artworks are, because you're in the world when you're experiencing it. But for me, I wanted to understand more about that and be able to control them better. and therefore choreograph the experience a bit more. So just following on from that, I did another installation with Polly, in collaboration with Polly. And for this one, I really wanted touch to be the primary mode of engagement for the installation, and really kind of prioritize that. So we created the complexity of touch. And for this, we did experiments beforehand. So we had some participants come into the attention lab sort of several months beforehand, and we did experiments to do with levels of complexity, but we had tactile complexity, audio complexity, and visual complexity, and then everybody had to try all three. You know, we had 3 levels and 3 things, and everybody had to try all 3 combinations, and sort of rate them for sort of interest and calm or overload and so on. And because I wanted to get this feel for what it is that tactility, actual touching of a real object, a real surface, not just a digital screen, what does that add to an immersive experience? Because my hunch was it does add something, but what does it add? Is it worth it? And I really wanted to know, you know, does it excite imagination? Does it create a more memorable experience, or can you cause overload, and so on? So that's what the trials were about. So we did those, and I incorporated some of the findings from that into the installation. So this again is a still of the installation, and of course, again, it had lots of projections, moving imagery. So again, a video slightly does more justice to it, although of course, again, it's really about the touch. So you had to be there and you had to be touching stuff. And so yeah, this again is just a short GIF for this. The sound, there was also sound in the room that was created by Nye Parry, who's going to be speaking soon, and it was a series of cymbals placed around the room with resonators on them, so that they they were from a feedback loop. So the cymbals were kind of creating sounds from themselves, and it was generated. But everything in this installation was touchable. So for example, this big ring that you're looking at there was actually a huge soft fabric ring that people could touch, interact with, climb through, hug, whatever. And there were also, let me see, have I got a, yes, you can see in the middle picture that we had these sort of large soft vessels on the floor, which were actually most of them filled with natural materials of different things that were very nice to touch. And then within that, there was other sculptures buried within. So the idea that was you would sort of discover these, you'd sort of sift through the materials and find these hidden things. And they were mostly ceramic. They were mostly things like this, that, again, abstract objects, but sort of based on natural forms, and very fragile. So again, it was a bit like a gift, you know. I was trusting people to handle these objects and look after them. They were all completely different, so you had a whole variety of different sort of textures and surfaces and shapes and forms and so on. You also, in this one, there was lots of other sculptures suspended from the ceiling as well. So you had things at all levels, and in different sort of sensors. And yeah, and we had the feedback for that was fantastic. Actually, we had a lot of people come to that, and a lot of people again found it an incredibly calming space. A lot of people stayed for a really long time or came back again and again. And I think they found, you know, obviously the touching was something quite new. Obviously, you are allowed to touch in some things, but in a lot of museums and art galleries, you can't. And so a lot of people found this that this really did add something to it as well. So I think that's everything.
Thank you, Madi. I'm so glad that we have a range of kind of like, practitioners talking about their practices that also disclose very different ideas of immersion. And that's kind of like has been a huge debate. What is immersion after all, and how we could actually, how we can conceptualize immersion from our practice points. Our next presentation is by Louis Zwart, Professor of Music Emerita, Bucknell University of the United States. Louis is joining us remotely, and Louis will be the only speaker to present longer than the rest for 30 minutes. I hope that you will enjoy this extensive presentation on music and neuroscience. Louis, are you there?
Yes, I am here. Can you hear me?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm speaking to you from central Pennsylvania, where we are in the middle of a massive heat wave. So if I should happen to lose power, you will know why. I was more than a little surprised when Gabriele contacted me about presenting at this symposium. I'm a pianist who knows virtually nothing about extended reality, but having studied neuroscience, music, and the brain for the past 25 years, I do know about attention and perception in music, and perhaps there's something there that has application to attention and perception in extended reality as well. A lot of what I'm talking about today can be found in my book, The Musical Brain, which is published by Oxford. I've also created an online handout with links to the articles, books, and videos that I'm going to mention today, and others that may be of interest. The online handout can be found at loisbard.com or themusiciansbrain.com. They go to the same website, and it's the musician's brain, not the musical brain. Go to resources in the menu, and the first item in the left-hand column will be XR Symposium. And you can either click on the download or read it online. And I understand from Gabriele that there may be handouts posted on the symposium's website as well. So today I want to talk about why, as a society, we privilege the visual, the role of attention and perception in music, and the multisensory musician with a focus on sound perception and processing. The visual sense certainly dominates in Western culture, and that's become more pronounced in recent decades with film, television, computers, smartphones, social media, and now various forms of extended reality. In surveys, 75% of people indicate they would be most afraid of losing their sight. Only 15% would be afraid of losing hearing. This is due in part to the fact that we navigate through our daily lives with vision, and we fear that that would be difficult without sight. But in fact, most blind people are able to navigate the world quite well. Actually, loss of sense of touch would probably be the most devastating, even if it isn't something that people think about or fear. You wouldn't be able to sit up or walk. You wouldn't be able to feel pain. So you wouldn't know if you were being burned or if you had broken a bone. Loss of touch has greater potential to endanger your life, but because losing it is so rare, people don't think about it. This chart is from research by Fabian Hutmacher from the University of Würzburg. And he suggests, well, first of all, you can see on the graph studies of sensory memory prior to 2007. Visual was very dominant, something like 1250 studies, and all the other senses are far fewer. Between 2008 and 2019, when he wrote the paper, visual is even more dominant, and the rest are even less. Hutmacher suggests there are a couple reasons for this. One is because so many people think that the visual is more important. It's sort of self-fulfilling. They study it. But also present-day technology is better suited to studying vision than any of the other senses. You can easily upload visual images to a computer and ask participants various questions. Not so easy to have multiple actual objects. And Madi was talking about touching objects. It's more difficult to provide a lot of those in a study. But both of these, Houtmacher says, reflect a cultural bias. He also suggests that languages reflect the importance of a particular sense in a culture. English has a vocabulary to describe visual impressions that is very detailed, but it's far less descriptive for taste. On the other hand, speakers of Farsi, Turkish, and Lao or Laotian excel in describing tastes. And since the Western world dominates the research and most scientific research is published in English, the research reflects the cultural bias. There is nothing about brain processing of the senses that makes visual more important. In fact, we'll see later that the visual cortex can be used to process touch or sound. It all stems from what we pay attention to, and the Western world pays attention to the visual. I want you to try just a short exercise with me, if you would. From where you're sitting, I want you to just notice 5 things in your visual field. And then I'd like you to notice 5 things that you hear. And then 5 touch sensations. If we were to continue the exercise, you would name 4 things in each of those categories, then 3, then 2, then 1. And by the time you get to the very last one, you would be incredibly focused. Now, I'm sure that you found the visual the easiest to do. It's just all right there. You have to pay far more attention to notice 5 sounds, especially if you're sitting in a quiet room. And touch, you also have to think about. It's not as readily apparent as vision. You have to pay attention. So we perceive the world through our senses, and all information entering the brain comes from our senses. And that's all considered sensory memory. And as you can see on this chart, sensory memory lasts less than a second. What we pay attention to goes into short-term memory. If we don't pay attention to it, it goes away. And of course, short-term memory isn't very long either, less than a minute. The goal when we're learning something is to get it into long-term memory. And you know there are 2 kinds of long-term memory: explicit, which is the kind of memory you can talk about, recall events, experiences, talk about facts, and implicit, which is the memory like riding a bike, driving a car, playing a musical instrument. Once you learn how, you don't forget. A musician has to use both of these kinds of instrument, or both of these kinds of memory when performing. The memory for your instrument, which you don't forget, the memory for the piece of music, which you sometimes do. There is a large intake capacity for sensory memory. The brain is absorbing a lot, but there is no storage. So if it isn't immediately sent to short-term memory, it disappears. And it's what you pay attention to that sends it to short-term memory. Okay, this may not be a great work of art, but it has some personal significance to me. It's hanging in my study right over here. It was painted by an uncle of mine who was an artist for the US Department of the Interior. And it's a response to a piece I was practicing, Schumann's Carnival. which is a series of several small movements, many of them based on the Commedia dell'arte. Now, when you look at a visual work of art, you initially experience it all at once. You see the colors and you see movement. You see, if you're seeing it in person, the texture, and there's a lot of texture in this one. You can take time to explore individual components of the work. You might look at all these separate characters, but you can do that on your own time. You can spend no time at all, or you can spend a lot of time. I want to contrast that with a piece of music, and this is where the multisensory musician comes in. When we're making music, the sound waves that are produced on your instrument go to the inner ear, where they're converted into neural impulses, and they enter the brain as electrical patterns processed by the auditory cortex. They go to the motor cortex, where it's turned into motor commands, goes down nerve fibers to the arm, and you make more movement, continuous sound movement, sound movement. Light waves coming into the eye also go to the brain as electrical patterns, as do touch signals from the skin. The brain operates on electrical signals in patterns. So what happens when we look at a piece of music? Okay, this is also visual, and you see it as a two-dimensional visual, but you don't understand it as a piece of music unless it unfolds over time. If I'm looking at this little Beethoven piece for the first time, I see pretty quickly that there are patterns. And it doesn't matter if you don't read music. I'm sure you can see several patterns here that look very similar. They are visually similar. I can hear that the sound is going to be similar, and the movement I have to make to play them will be a similar movement. They're all ascending, which means that the pitch is going to go from lower to higher. So there's movement in pitch space. As a musician, I have to use several senses at once to pay attention to all of these, and not just for a few seconds, but throughout the time it takes to play the piece. I have to sustain focus and attention of multiple senses. You learn to do that as you study music. It exists in time and space, and it doesn't, you don't understand it as a piece of music unless you hear the entire thing. We're just going to listen to this little piece. So actually, whether you're a listener or the performer, you have to pay attention in several sensory modalities all at the same time. And that might be 35 seconds, as this little excerpt is, or it might be an hour and a half, like a Mahler symphony. So that sustained focus and attention over a period of time when we are practicing such a piece and performing it changes several parts of our brains. And those changes in the brain are called neuroplasticity, which you know about. So I want to focus a little bit on sound. Whoops. Nina Kraus is the director of the Auditory Neuroscience Lab at Northwestern University in Illinois. The lab is actually called Brain Volts, and their website, which I have linked to on the handout, is the best website for a lab that I have encountered. It has a great deal of information in an easy to understand form. She says not only is there a staggering amount of auditory information to process, something on the order of 9 million bits of data per second, but we have to process it in microseconds in order to make some kind of response if necessary. Krauss and her lab study the neurobiology underlying speech and music perception, the neuroplasticity of the auditory system. And she says that while we may think that making sense of sound is all about hearing, it isn't. We can have normal hearing and still have trouble processing sound. Auditory processing refers to the listening skills that make it possible for us to make meaning from sound, to understand what's being said in a noisy room, to understand from the tone of someone's voice what their emotion is, to be able to pick out one instrument in the middle of an orchestra. There is only one auditory system in the brain, not one for music and one for speech. There are some specialized areas for music. For example, in speech, there's no, in music, you have complicated harmonies. There's no such thing in speech. We can hear in music multiple instruments playing together in an orchestra. It makes sense. If you hear multiple voices talking at once, it doesn't. So we know as musicians that our progress when we learn an instrument is based on how much we practice, the kind of music we hear, the kind of teaching we have. It's an everyday process that shapes how well we're able to play. Krauss has found that our everyday experiences in sound are a kind of learning process for the brain that shapes our ability to process sounds. Our auditory system changes in response to the sounds we hear every day. It's basically teaching itself how to listen. That is neuroplasticity, changes in the brain in response to learning or experience. No two people hear the world exactly the same way because everybody's previous sound experiences have been different. We each have a different auditory footprint. That can be negative if we work in noise, if we have hearing loss, or if we've suffered a concussion. It's positive if we're bilingual or if we make music. Making music is a positive for the auditory system. Any sound contains the acoustical elements of pitch, timing, and timbre, and that doesn't matter whether it's music, the speech, or the doorbell. And musicians have to pay attention to these all the time. We learn to be increasingly sensitive to pitch. String instruments and singers constantly have to think about being in tune. All instruments in an orchestra have to be in tune with each other. We have to pay attention to synchronizing to a beat, to being in time with other instruments, to following the conductor whenever he speeds up and slows down, and we have to stay with him. And timbre is what makes one voice sound different from another, and we have to learn to recognize the difference of sounds of instruments. Clarinet and oboe, they're somewhat similar, but we learn to tell the difference. Even when it's like two different violins or two different pianos. String players learn the difference in timbre if they're playing an open string or if they're fingering the string. Speech relies on pitch, timing, and timbre as well, but in a far less refined way. And because we spend years refining our responses, paying attention to pitch, timing, and rhythm, those areas show neuroplastic changes. And the gain in skills transfer to speech processing and then to language skills. Excuse me for quoting a movie, but this quote says it all. Remember, your focus determines your reality. This is from a Star Wars movie. The consistent message when you study music is about paying attention to. What we pay attention to, what we focus on, changes our brains due to neuroplasticity. And attention, as you may know, is one of the executive function skills from the frontal cortex of our brain. along with working memory and cognitive flexibility. We need those skills to navigate through life, and it's been shown that executive function skills are a better predictor than IQ of children's success in school. Okay, so what if you are profoundly deaf and a musician? Living in London, you probably know the percussionist Evelyn Glennie. She's the world's most well-known percussionist. She's been profoundly deaf since the age of 12. I have more about her on the handout, but you may recall that at the 2012 Olympic Games in London, she led 1,000 drummers in the opening ceremony. She plays barefoot or in her stocking feet so she can feel the vibrations, and she processes those sound vibrations that come through her body rather than through her ear. There's a TED Talk that I've linked to on the handout in which she speaks eloquently about listening, and she's kind of made it her mission to teach people how to listen. I've talked about neuroplasticity, which is how the brain changes in response to learning and experience. Cross-modal neuroplasticity occurs when an area of the brain, such as the auditory cortex, is unable to get information from the ears due to hearing loss or a congenital defect. So it processes neural impulses from other senses instead, usually touch. It could also be visual. But Glennie has written and spoken extensively about how she hears and how everyone should open themselves to feeling sound, not just using their ears. Glennie says, I know how music sounds by what I feel and see. I can sense musical sound throughout my whole body. I can identify different pitches in isolation according to which part of my body feels the vibrations and for how long. Your brain responds to what you pay attention to. There's a 2000 documentary about her by director Thomas Riedelsheimer called Touch the Sound. He says he didn't want to make a film about a deaf person who succeeds as a musician. He wanted a film about the physical nature of sound, something that can be felt. And Glennie was ideal to demonstrate it. Interestingly, there is also, and I have the information on the handout, a blind pianist, Japanese, Nobuyuki Tsuji, who sees through touch. He was a co-winner of the International Van Cliburn Piano Competition in 2009, I think. I might be wrong about that date. There's a documentary about him by Peter Rosen called Touching the Sound. And it's interesting that both the deaf percussionist and the blind pianist rely on touch to hear and see. The Western world may privilege the visual, but there's a lot that our other senses can do that we aren't asking them to do. I wanted to finish by telling you about what may be the first of its kind interactive and immersive virtual reality music album. And I just learned about this recently. Brian Baumbush, Polytempo Music. I have a link to a teaser about it on the handout. He's a composer who lives in California. And in a phone conversation the other day, he told me that he got the idea for polytempo music during COVID. As you probably are aware, there were a lot of people, especially at the beginning of COVID, who recorded different parts of music in various places. And then someone put it together first with the a cappella app, but that only accommodated 9 people. So used different technology to get maybe 100 people performing something together, even though they were all over the world. He had done a number of pieces using click tracks, and click tracks are just something that a musician listens to that gives you the beat. So during COVID, he had 12 musicians record discrete audio channels with varying tempos using click tracks. And then he decided to assign each of these discrete channels to a separate location in 3D space. He worked with a couple of VFX and game developers to create a virtual reality environment in which the listener can move virtually around the stage, hearing the music from every angle. He calls it spatial audio animation. Using a VR headset, originally game controllers, but they're now creating an app so you can control it from an iPhone or iPad. And the trails that you see on this still photo and that you will see in the teaser online represent the waveforms of each instrument. So thank you very much. Please feel free to call me or to email me at lois.sfard@gmail.com. Reminder, the handout is available at loisfard.com or themusiciansbrain.com. They're the same website. Click on resources and the handout is under XR Symposium. Thank you.
Thank you, Luis, very much for this fascinating presentation. There is a lot to process, although I say I've always been interested in this part of science, but there's still so much actually to discover and think about ourselves and our brain. And our last presentation within this panel is Nye Perry, Professor of Composition and Electronic Music, Guildhall School of Music. Nye will talk about exploded sounds in real and virtual worlds.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'm going to talk about a few things, really. I'm going to try and cram a lot of stuff, a lot of ideas into this. But I think a lot of the ideas follow on very naturally from the previous talk. So, so I'm going to cover all the music-y bits as well. So exploded sounds in real and virtual worlds. I'm going to start basically with a couple of introductory thoughts. One is sort of about my journey towards doing this sort of work. And another is sort of contextualizing this work within a sort of musical context. Basically, I'm a sound installation artist and composer. I work a lot with Madi Boyd. And also I do my own projects. And they tend to involve spatialized sounds in various ways. And when I've talked a little bit about the background to that, I will introduce a research project that I've really just starting to get going on, which is to take one of the sound installations that I've done and make a virtual reality version of it with a view to looking at how sound installation might work in VR, what VR can give to that art form. Really, I'm quite interested of my experience of programming VR started in lockdown and has a really short history. And I know a lot of guys here, you'll have kind of, and I use the word guys in its multi-gender way, we'll have had probably many more years of thinking about some of these questions, which is partly why I want to present these ideas to you so that you can say, well, actually, have you looked at this? Because chances are I won't have done. So that said, I've thought a lot about sound and space, a hell of a lot about sound and space. I started off making musical works, but mostly on recorded media. Working in studios, and was sort of, when I did my PhD, was in an environment at City University in London where the sort of general trend for electronic music was a sort of genre that we call acousmatic music, which is one which just works, you're just working with electronically processed sounds, mostly recorded sounds, and you're presenting them to audiences in recorded form. And one of the traditions that has grown up around that is that of the loudspeaker orchestra. The GRM Akusmonium was really the first known loudspeaker orchestra. And the idea behind a loudspeaker orchestra is that you play back the sounds and spatialize them to an audience who are sitting in a concert hall. So there's a lot of loudspeakers, as you can see on the GRM Akusmonium. There's even a stage with a lot of different loudspeakers on the stage, and there are also loudspeakers all around the audience, maybe above the audience, and the sound is very immersive, very spatial. You move the sounds around the hall. There's a real sense of, yeah, immersion and spatiality. But what there is also is this idea that the audience is stationary, they're sitting down, they're facing forwards. And some of the theorists who've talked about loudspeaker diffusion, this is what we call it, diffusion of sound, have emphasized the importance of that in their own work. The idea that there is a stage, there is a front, and so sounds that come from behind are intrinsically mysterious because they're coming from behind you, and sounds that come from the front is the main focus. I got much more interested in sound installation practice, which I've used an image from Christina Kubish's 2000 piece Oasis, because it really sums up one of the things that I find very fascinating about working in an installation context. This piece had the wires that you see. This was at the Hayward Gallery on the roof terrace. And so in fact, you can probably even see it from here. They had wires, which were sort of induction loop type wires, and you had headphones and you could wander underneath the wires, and each wire was carrying a signal, but they were all different sounds. So birds, traffic, field recordings mostly. And as you moved around through this environment, you would hear a changing soundscape, and everybody would be constructing their own changing soundscape because they would be moving along independent paths. So that's the first introductory thought. In my own practice, I was already starting to do work with that idea in mind, but that piece is a very good example. The other thing which I think is worth mentioning, because I just can never do a talk without referring to the developments of the 1950s avant-garde in music, so I will. This is an open form piece by Pierre Boulez, and it's a piece for piano, but you can see that it's laid out rather peculiarly. It's laid out in little blocks, color-coded little blocks. And at the end of each block, there are funny little arrows and little symbols, which dictate possible pathways through the music. So this is something that I think is an example of what I've identified in the writing of many, many composers of that period, of what I'm going to refer to as the spatial turn in the musical avant-garde. The spatial turn, of course, is talked about a lot in philosophy in regard to a lot of different things, but I think you can really see in the 50s and 60s this move away from thinking of music as a linear narrative towards thinking of music as something that is spatialized. And you can see from the quote that Pierre Boulez described this form as like going through a city, and there are traffic regulations that allow you to choose your pathways, allowed pathways and disallowed pathways. Where did that come from? Okay, so just going back, the one thing I wanted to bring up at this stage is that there was quite a lot of criticism of this idea at the time, on the basis that, okay, the performer can choose a pathway through the music, but the audience is only going to experience one version. And so what is the point of why isn't the composer just giving you that one version? But I think part of the thinking comes from another trend that was going on in music at the time, which is the separation of structure and form. So within particularly serial music, which is music where The order of events is sort of determined by permutations of small units of serialized material. There is this sort of thing that you can basically, you're creating a structure, which in the case of this piece is what you see here. And what the audience hears is a realized form. John Cage actually made this diagram in which he calls structure consciously controlled, and he calls form allowed to be, unconsciously allowed to be. So structure is what the composer does, and the form is what the listener hears. And they're not the same thing. In the history of music, you tend to think about form and structure as being fairly much the same thing. A piece can be in sonata form or a ternary form, sort of A section, B section, A section. But in the sort of musical avant-garde of the 20th century, these ideas get separated. Now, this is, I think, really important for us in this room, because this is really what you do when you're developing software that will be used, or if you're developing a VR experience. For example, you're creating a structure, and the form is the sort of experience of it as it unfolds in time. The structure is spatial, but the experience of it is in time. So this is just a few examples of spatial forms that I've worked on over the years. Many of them, like the one in the top left corner, Boomtown, it's about walking among loudspeakers that may have different stories in the different loudspeakers, or different material, and you're creating the form by taking a particular route. There's the one with the great big tower, for example, where there's different material on different floors, but it's all related. I did quite a few things in stairwells and towers. But there are also things where it's a joystick controlled thing, so it's a virtual space, really. Things where you're walking through a forest and hearing musicians in different places, things based on board games. There's various different approaches to how you might navigate a space. But my work has been, to a large degree, there are other pieces too, but to a large degree about this idea of navigating music, so that you're experiencing your own version of the piece. So this addresses the problem that I was saying before. I think sound installation, what draws me to it is that it addresses that idea of multiple realizations of the same piece, that the audience can choose their own realization, and then they can come back on another day and take a different path and find a different way. So that leads me to the sort of substance of this new research project, which isn't entirely new, but it's sort of a little bit on hold. And one of the things that I'm keen to get from this is, I'll say later, but anybody who might be interested in sort of coming on board in some form as as a programmer or just an advisor or whatever, do please get in touch with me. I want to ask questions about, to what extent can you have this sense of navigating a space musically in a virtual space? Is that a different experience for the audience, or is it a similar experience, the same experience? What possibilities does VR offer in that context? One of the things that draws me to this way of working is that it's a form of interaction when you're working in a physical space. It's a form of interaction that you don't have to learn. You don't have to learn how to move through a space. It's just something that you know how to do. And therefore, there's no kind of barrier between you and experiencing this interaction. And I wonder whether that is something that we can, transfer into the virtual realm. So the exploded sound, what was the exploded sound? This is the installation, or rather the exploded sound is the installation that I'm hoping to, or have been working with for my first experiments in VR. They're based originally or inspired on seeing Cornelia Parker's Cold Dark Matter installation, which I'm sure some of you know, where she basically exploded a shed with some dynamite and took a photo of it exploding and then hung up all the bits so that you had that moment of explosion. And I thought, what could you do something like that with sound? So I devised this thing called the exploded sound, which broke down sounds into individual harmonics or partials. Every sound is made up of, or almost every sound apart from sine waves, are made up or can be seen as being made up of lots of different sine waves added up together, essentially, at different frequencies. So a complex wave, I'm sure the engineers will all know this, a complex wave, which is what your ear is hearing, is broken down by your ears back into sort of much simpler frequency ranges, and then reassembled by your brain into the sound that you're hearing. So a complex wave can be represented and is by your ears as individual frequencies. So what happens if you take those individual frequencies and you spatialize them? You put them all in each one in a separate loudspeaker. What happens is that your brain still puts them all back together again. And this is a great illusion. And I've done it with speech as well. And it's one of the things that really interests me is the idea that I like making work where you want the audience to perceive themselves perceiving. I think that's a key idea in this piece. I want people to realize, because you hear the whole thing, you hear, in this case, an orchestral chord or a choir singing a note, but you also hear all these individual facets of it. When I do it with speech, it's an even more odd experience because you're so used to hearing speech coming from a particular place, but it's not. It fills the room, but it's not coming from any individual loudspeaker. If you put your ear to a loudspeaker, it just makes a little chirping sound. So I think it draws your attention to your own perception. So my plan is, I don't think I can play these. These are videos. My plan, but I haven't got a play button. Let me see if I can move forward. So my plan is to go from this, which was a physical space with lots of little loudspeakers, to this, which is a virtual space with lots of virtual sort of loudspeakers. I don't know if they're going to end up looking quite as loudspeakerish as they do at the moment. And you're navigating that space. I will be showing the website version of this, which I made during lockdown. This was all inspired by lockdown, when a gallery that I was going to display a piece along these lines asked if there was a way I could do it on the web. So it's a web VR project. I programmed it in JavaScript using 3GIS, if you're interested in how I got the visual thing. And it exists at the moment as a sort of prototype website, but I'm working on and would be very keen to get, this should move forward. It's a bit, yeah, but it should, got it, good. So, yeah, so the state of play on this project is that I'm looking for collaborators and advisors. I'm looking particularly for literature on embodiment in virtual environments, particularly with an emphasis on movement through space. When I'm not a gamer, but even watching my daughter on her little phone, or on my wife's little phone doing her Roblox, she is totally moving through an environment. And how does that feel? What has there been research on that? That's something I'm really looking to see, because I want to know whether you get that same sense of an embodiment. Do you feel, for example, that you are moving through the space, or that the space is moving past you? and how can you kind of manipulate that. I'm going to create obviously a questionnaire, so people who've got experience of creating questionnaires about perception in VR, please get in touch. And eventually I would love to do a comparative study of the VR version and the physical version. And in the long term, possibly even set up some kind of online virtual reality gallery for sound and video art. Thank you very much.
Right, so first of all, my apologies. Not all the panelists are in the room or online. We have, unfortunately, Joanna Zylinska had to leave before the end of this panel. So we'll have to go ahead without her. And as we agreed to be the pattern here, I'll kick off with a question, and then we can take the questions from the audience, both online and in person. So I would like actually to pick up the manifesto that Joanna made at the end of her presentation, inviting us to hack the perceptual machine. And it seems like, lots of these presentations, kind of like, people kind of presenting here today and across both panels, they were actually talking about how they hack the perceptual machine in their own ways, both in analog and digital or across both media. So kind of thinking of that, I would like to kind of, again, return to this visual bias, or rather oculocentric bias, though probably oculocentric bias means much more than visual bias, kind of like including not only the perception, but also kind of the machine perception, not human, but also machine perception. So my question kind of to the panel members is, if we have such a concern over this oculocentric bias, what needs to be doing? Do we need to undo this, or do we need to do this differently? And if the latter, then what that differently might be. In a way, I'm kind of like circling here in loops, but I'm kind of like drawing back on what to do. But if you could expand on this idea.
Yeah, I've obviously come across the oculocentric bias a lot because of my work around tactility. Because as part of that, of the sort of research for that, I was kind of part of a research group which involved a lot of visually impaired artists who were obviously working a lot in tactility, and also are extremely aware of the oculocentric bias, and in a way working against that, and sort of making the argument that actually these things are just not very useful generally in society, that often sort of changes that are made to accommodate disabilities actually end up being better for everybody. And in a sense, when I was really thinking about tactility and wanted to bring that into my work in a big way, I was aware that it kind of makes a slightly more equal experience for people with a visual impairment, because you can come and enjoy my work without being able to see, and that it doesn't necessarily affect it. But on the other hand, it also actually was just the experience for everybody was much better. So often I think kind of getting away from that visual bias just makes things more interesting, richer, better for everyone. So yeah, and in terms of there's sort of many instances of this, not just for tactility, but also for hearing as well, like audiobooks, which were originally created for blind people, but actually, everybody enjoys them now. So, yep. So yeah, but I don't know about actually changing it, or but I definitely think that there should be more. I think there is increasing awareness of it, but I think there should be probably tactics for ameliorating things.
I think a lot has changed in my lifetime, particularly in the promotion of oral culture. I think there's a lot more interest in the sonic environment, for example. Even listening to Radio 4, they have these sort of, what do they call them? slow radio moments where they basically play field recordings now and things like that. And there's been a lot of, you know, since Murray Schafer's book, The Soundscape, in the 70s, there's been a huge upsurge in taking into account the environmental costs of changing an environment in terms of how it sounds. Most town planning committees have advisors who will talk about soundscape. There's a long way to go on that, but I do think there is already a lot of progress in it. I think in terms of artwork, we have this slight issue, and I think in terms of VR particularly, perhaps. But, you know, I suppose if we're looking at the history of art, where you look at its ecclesiastical, or not its ecclesiastical roots, but the periods of sort of the Renaissance and things, you know, an altarpiece was visual, but it was in the context of an architecture that was designed with a particular acoustic, and in an architecture where incense is burnt, and where if you're taking communion, you taste the wine, you taste the wafer. So it is a completely multi-sensory experience. And we have gradually, as we moved through the 18th and 19th centuries, stripped away or segmented art into these individual categories. This is art for your ears, this is art for your eyes, this is art for your mouth, for taste. Smell comes with that, perfumes, I suppose. But I think it is being, you know, certainly within the art world, there's a reintegration of the different senses. There are practical difficulties in working with taste and smell. And touch, indeed. I was speaking with somebody only last week who is doing a PhD on scent-based musical composition, or incorporating scents into musical composition. And of course, one of the great difficulties is that you can't record a smell in the way that you can record a sound or an image. So I think there is just practical problems. If somebody could create a smell recorder, that would be extraordinary. And then people would start being able to manipulate smell in the way that they do with sound and image, I guess.
Just jumping before maybe passing it to Elliot, but do we need to recreate everything in digital space? What is possible in our analog world?
Are you asking me?
Well, in general, but kind of like, it naturally feels like, you know.
I certainly, I mean, to some degree, I think we don't need to actually do anything digital if we don't want to. And I don't think that we should see digital art as in any way more valuable because it's newer. I think people should still paint pictures. But I think certainly the way that, for example, sound recording has influenced what we can do with sound has been incredibly fruitful artistically. So we should follow all the possibilities that we can follow. I agree with the first panel's conclusions, really, that what we're not trying to do is replicate what we can do in the real world. But I think one of the reasons that I'm interested in the VR thing, and I have no intention of not doing work in physical space anymore, but one of the reasons is that I think there's a sort of democratization possibility. It's not there yet, but if one had virtual galleries where one could experience Madi's work, for example, a lot more people would get to see it and experience it and hear it and hopefully one day smell it. But she didn't mention that the tactility exhibition also involves smell quite strongly. These pools with the ceramic objects in them were filled with rose petals and lavender and buckwheat husks. So there's a very strong olfactory element to it as well.
Yep. Thank you. Steph, could you pass the mic to Elliot, please? Thank you.
So because we primarily work with place, I think that kind of gets drawn into a multi-sensory idea of it. I mean, I think our work, even though I consciously tried to remove a screen, it still has quite a visual sense, because in this case, the seeing of the place. But the way that a place is kind of spooky or eerie, sound is especially part of that, and not necessarily us generating sound. We would want to put speakers in it, but just the way that, for instance, in a church, the way that your own voice will echo off the stones naturally creates a kind of sense memory, and a sense of place. So I think we use it passively. I mean, I think there are some really interesting developments in immersive that I think they've always used sound there for instance, audio stories that are also spatial stories. If anyone's seen Viola's Room yet, the new Punch Drunk show, that is entirely told through headphones and then navigating a space and combining those two together. And that's certainly not an uncommon approach. And another technologist I know who's working on a show about an imaginary friend, he's using the spatial elements of earbuds to create spatial placement of this imaginary friend voice with no video at all. It's all about engaging with it as a voice in a room. So I think there are a lot of really interesting possibilities. I've always wanted to use induction headphones to allow people in the same space to talk to each other, but also to feed other sound into the mix of what they hear without it becoming exclusive. With the problem with headphones, something like Viola's Room, you're shutting out everyone else in the room. So I think there is, especially budget-wise, it's better to rebalance that, because visuals will be, I think, always privileged a little more, partially because of our culture, but also because that's where the money is. It's much easier to brag about a slightly cooler version of the Oculus Rift than it is about a much better sound mix. It's a slightly more subtle thing, even though sound, in the way that most people experience, even film, is much more important actually than visual.
Thank you. Is Louis Svar still with us? Louis, are you here?
I am still here.
Okay. Would you like to reflect on that?
There's a lot here to reflect on, but I think you aren't. We can't undo the visual bias because it is so firmly entrenched in the culture. And as I've found, that is a feature of Western culture, not of some other cultures in the world, which are much more attuned to other things. I mean, there are, forget the name of it, but there is a tribe that communicates still via whistling. There is a language, but for important things and for long distances, they whistle. And there is a whistling language. So as I tried to say when I was giving my presentation, musicians have to pay attention to touch and sound as well as the visual, and eventually the visual goes away and we're just paying attention to the touch and sound because that's what we have to do in order to make music. And so I don't know if there is some way in the world of virtual reality to, I mean, certainly there are attempts, as we've heard about today, and as I told you, to incorporate sound and to do more with sound in virtual reality. But I wonder if there's a way to do something with touch as well. And I realize that would be much more difficult. But it's interesting, the video that I mentioned about the pianist Nobuyuki Tsuji, who is blind, it shows him in the video touching all kinds of things like sand, I think a lobster, a flower, and this is how he sees what that is. And there's also there's a blind Turkish painter named Ezra Farmagan, who has paintings hanging in galleries and museums all over the world. And they've actually looked at his brain.
Luis, you're cutting.
Hello?
No. You're back, we believe.
Okay. They've looked at his brain while he is drawing, and it's the visual cortex that is active while he is feeling an object and then drawing it. It's his visual cortex that's giving him the information. So it's what we are, in a way, it's what we are forced to do that makes our brain respond to that. And I don't know how that translates into the world of virtual reality, but I suspect at some point someone will figure out how to incorporate touch.
What about, that takes me kind of like into something that has been bugging me all along. So apart from touch, there's also skin that is much more than touch. Skin, in medicine alone, it's been long believed that skin is just an outer organ, but only recently, even medicine started talking about skin as much more than an outer organ, an organ that has also its inner presence and affects the whole kind of factory, the chemical factory in our body. So let's think, there is already a possibility to have touch in the virtual reality. But then that is not alone to recreate kind of like the whole presence that we have, whole bodily presence that we have in our, because we can't probably, or maybe someone will be able to recreate skin awareness in that absolutely secluded environment. But this is just kind of like science fiction thought to provoke to push the possibilities here.
I don't know how to speak to that one at all. Maybe somebody else can.
Indeed, perhaps there are more questions in the room that we can pick up because we still have some 10 minutes.
I had what I guess in one way is quite a narrow practical question for you, Elliot, but I think also talks to that question of sort of structure and form, and maybe also to some of the conversations around agency and audiences, which was really just how structured was the way you were asking the children to move around these spaces for the ghost hunt? Did you have a set order in which they're moving, or were there sort of hotspots? Or
so there was it was highly structured in one way, in the sense that, like you saw in that diagram that I put, there were lines to place to particular rooms, and that was in kind of Cluedo fashion. That was very linear. We would take them from the HQ. We'd say there is a haunting in this part of the room, and we would walk them there, and then we'd usually have the ghost appear at some point during that, played by a performer, to kind of key them up a bit. But then once we got in the room, they were, at least at the beginning, allowed to pretty much just explore it. And so there was usually quite a lot of facilitation there. We had a junior ghost hunter who was like our kind of a near peer in their age, who was leading them, and it would also help them if they were a bit stuck getting the devices going. But after that, as much as possible, we wanted to kind of leave them to get on with it. And then if it starts to slack and it starts to slow down, he'll try to bring one or two things going. If people start doing things together, then he'll try to build on that and get other people involved.
So how to accommodate kind of non-linear.
Yeah, it's again, a lot of that is immersive techniques, really. It's about that tricky balance where a facilitator should do what that word implies, not tell them you should do this, but help them navigate conceptually where the space is, but do it kind of unobtrusively. And it's really hard to predict, is why you really need talented performers to do it. and they'd worked with Kit Theater for years, so they knew how to do facilitation work with children, and they would know when to push, when to let them get on with it. When someone was starting to freak out, there was always, as Tom said, there should be a certain number of children who cry. Then we know what the right level of scariness is. So you always had, you had to be aware of that as well. There was a whole safeguarding side of it, while at the same time trying to give them as much agency as you could. But yeah, the whole problem is we had a time period that this kind of had to be done by, so that we could bring them back, talk to the others, get the other people out. So yeah, you're spinning a lot of different plates at once.
Super interesting. We have one more question, if you could pass the mic behind you.
To be honest, it's not so much a question. I just wanted to say that there seems to be almost like a feeling like with the smelling in the world that there's two worlds. To me, I don't see it like that. I think there's the relative truth of this and the digital, but at the end of the day, it's all deeply interconnected, isn't it? It's not like if we put a headset on, we don't smell something bad next to us, or whatever. The things just interconnect, and also I've been at so many discussions about immersive can be with a headset, without a headset, it can be in a theater, it can be running after it punch drunk, it can be so many definitions. So for me, it's more about looking at this in a more holistic way of like, some experience in use, some are not, some borrow from this crazy digital experiences we've got from the recording of sound. Sound exists beyond recording. I think we're very used to now hearing it as recording and not massively differentiating, even though we know there's the tangible quality of the live sound event, right? That's unique and beautiful. So for me, I don't really see it as like, can we duplicate this? Or it's more like what can flow through that, through our senses and through our awareness at any time in space. I'm going a bit metaphysical here, but but you get my point. That's the way I see it, and that's the way I immerse with it. So I personally cannot stand headsets, right? I have no time for headsets. I feel like I'm going to fall over. I don't know where I am, and I just don't like them. And I've also observed in my children that, my child and her friends, that they get very bored very quickly, right? I've just, the BBC did masses of research. No offense to anyone that loves headsets, we're all different. But again, it's just about finding, it's almost like exploring new digital tools that can connect with us. We don't leave our humanity when we enter the digital, we take it with us. And along with that humanity, I feel we take the whole, everything, touch, feel, sense, through your feet, through your ears, whatever way you do it, right? And that is what is just sort of another set of digital tools, isn't it? And I think when I personally, having tried to make some giant metahumans myself for a play, which had mixed success, it just didn't work. It's incredibly hard if you try and just duplicate the real in the unreal. It's very hard to make it work. Even if you've got an enormous virtual production budget, you might just get away with that. And even if, I don't know if anyone's tried the new Apple Globe headset, I think there's still barriers there, aren't there? Because it is still digital. It is still a digital modality, but the way to feel and sense it, to me, is to not leave the humanity. I'm ending my top ramble now. Thank you.
Do you have more questions or responses?
No, I thought that makes an interesting connection to some of the first panel discussions about kind of the porousness of kind of reality. Yeah, I think we were talking about kind of thinking about there being less of a kind of a barrier between the real and the digital and the fiction and the reality, and thinking of that as a more porous thing. And I think that's an interesting sort of way to come at it. But also what you said about when you put on a headset, you don't, if there is a smell in the room, you smell the smell in the room. And I think that speaks so much to how carefully those kinds of experiences need to be staged, and how you do have to think about the space in which you put people, and not just what they're experiencing in the headset, and how you onboard them and how you offboard them. And headsets are not for everybody, and it's not everybody's like a cup of tea. But if you are going to put people in that position where they are variously more or less aware of the things in the real space around them, then you have to do that carefully. And you have to do it with care, and that like there's a level of kind of ethical like kind of consideration that you have to think about if you're going to put people in those positions, and to come at it from the sense that they're not ever going to be completely disconnected and divorced from the space around them is probably a good way to start, I think.
It's even interesting when Factory 42 did the David Ashborough thing 2 years ago at South by. They were using a selfie stick and a pair of headphones, which I found really interesting, because it's to make that connection between what actually was a, no offense to this room either, quite a bland room, but that's what you also see happening a lot, isn't it? A VR experience that can happen in, because it's cheaper to make it in a, you know, to take a bunch of people to South by and do that than it is to try and, I don't know, duplicate U2 and the Sphere, which is costing billions or whatever, right? There's sort of various extremes of that. So I find that's another interesting thing to look at, isn't it? Is it being used as a cheap device because we all can't afford to make work in the real world, which in my case, it's slightly yes. And I don't think that's necessarily a good thing for me to pursue as a long-term venture. Or not the right reason to make art. Oh, sorry.
Right, we're almost at the end of this panel. And delving quite into philosophical questions. We don't have really the questions in the chat, but there is an interesting actually kind of like discussion going. But I would like to take this moment in this last minute to read again kind of like another question that Anna Starkey poses. I'm interested in an idea of extended reality where we can create something that helps us to unperceive something our brain is constructing for us. Example, the linear flow of time, to not just have our attention directed to something, but to attend to something differently. Keen to hear any panelists' reflections on this. Oh, so that was addressed to panelists. Maybe a quick reflection, because after that we'll have a break, so we can indulge into 5 more minutes probably of maybe proposing a reflection to this question, statement, interest. Yeah. Did you want to?
Yeah, just a quick one, really kind of respond. I didn't quite hear all of the question, but just responding to the idea of attending something differently, in a way that was part of the of my kind of reflection on particularly creating the complexity of touch, was to what extent does our tactile attention affect our perception? You know, that was kind of one of the primary questions, really. So when we do go and see a film or something, you know, actually probably our experience of that is affected by, you know, all the other things that are affecting our senses, whether they have been choreographed or not. And so that was one of the, and that was sort of, and that was definitely one of the questions that we were exploring with the trials that we did beforehand. And one of the most interesting things that came out with that was that the complexity level of the sound that we were playing definitely seemed to influence behavior in terms of touch. So there was some kind of, we actually got some data there about one affecting the other, and that actually you know, how people interacted with an object was directly affected by what sounds they were being playing. So again, that there it was, you know, attention in one modality was affecting the other, and we could see a direct connection. So I think that's, anyway, so for me that is a very interesting aspect, and something that I definitely want to explore more in my work. Does anyone else have anything to say?
Yeah, just kind of maybe to kind of to add to that, definitely there is quite a lot of research showing that although we have shorter memory for music than for visual input, but then music makes visual input last longer as well. So kind of like, no, we consider this as something auxiliary. Nevertheless, it does actually enhance all other senses, as kind of your example also says. And on that note, the invitation to enjoy more music in your life, I would like to finish this panel and invite you to have coffee break before we resume for the next one. By the way, a bit of advertising as well, if some of you might dash away. If you have time, if you have signed up for both days, tomorrow we have 1 hour and a half of experience with the pieces created by some of our panelists. You'll have opportunity to experience CyberRäuber's 2 pieces in VR headsets. We'll be also displaying Madi's documentation. There will be a bit of experiment coming from NAI, and also will be showcasing some of our DDH students' VR projects. So this will be an opportunity again, kind of like to experience and recap on what we spoke today. Thank you, and I'll see you in 25 minutes.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Hope you're suitably caffeinated, either online or in the room. This is our final panel of the day, where we're talking about very, very broadly attention and knowledge production. And we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 panelists who are all in the room. So hopefully everyone online will be able to see and hear them okay, and we'll kind of do the discussion in the same format as we did before. So I'll get us going. So our first speaker is Luis Philippe Aboud, who is a visiting PhD researcher in CMCI at King's, and is visiting us from the University of Sao Paulo. And he's going to be talking to us about his project, De Monumenta AR, re-signifying public monuments through AR in Sao Paulo, Brazil. So I'll pass over to you now.
Okay. Can you hear me well? Great. So, good afternoon. My name is Luis Felipe Aboud. As Stephanie mentioned, I'm a visiting researcher from University of São Paulo, and I'm going to talk about this project called the Monumenta AR, or RA, in our case in Brazil, which is augmented reality or realidade aumentada. Let's see. Okay, so let me just, can I move this? Yeah, better. So, okay, starting from the title of the symposium, I would like to generally give an introduction about attention. Sorry about the buttons. How do I go forward? Oh, yes. So as Rob said this morning, that we have like the before Pokemon Go time, we are now living in the after iPhone time. Our attention has been really hijacked by the mobile devices that we carry around with us. And together with this, we have a major shifting the perception of space. This is the building of the Faculty of Architecture, where I studied in 2003, where we were a little bit far away from these mobile devices, laptops and stuff like this. So we could really use space and create all this kind of structures to experience and perceive it in a very productive and creative way. And this is 20 years later when I go back and we have all this technology that has transformed an educational space into tables with people plugging their laptops close to walls and just putting their headphones and working. So technology somehow is making our spaces less, it's changing our ways of perceiving space. And now we have with XR, we have these new technologies that allows us to jump into this spatial computing devices where we can bring our bodies into an immersive space, so we can do interesting things, design, and also have collective experiences, shared experiences in real time. And we are also going to a period where we're going to be living more and more with hybrid spaces. The idea of hybridity here between the real and the virtual spaces that should be designed for any kind of mixed interactions. But at the same time, even without designing the spaces, we are already changing our public spaces with all the potential of devices and applications such as Pokemon Go. So my contribution to the symposium is these two questions. How much do we know about the public monuments that surround us in these public spaces of our cities as a use to these XR technologies? And how can pedagogical process of XR design be used as a tool for reflection and resignification about urban memory and identity? So for this, I'm going to bring the study case of the design project, the project that we designed at the University of São Paulo called the Monumenta. It was done in direct relation to the celebrations of the 200 years of independence of Brazil from Portugal. This is a very famous painting of Dom Pedro I, where he gave the shout of independence. And this kind of symbology has been replicated into many different statues in our public spaces, telling different narratives, creating monumental spaces in our cities as well. And all these heavy statues with different kinds of materiality, weight, designed by different artists with different scales, they bring messages, they spread messages to our public spaces, but sometimes we are not we are aware of their presence, but without understanding what they are representing. Especially the image of this character, this historical character called Bandeirante, which are the Portuguese explorers that were treated as heroes because they conquered the inlands of Brazil. But nowadays we know that they were violators of human rights and all these kind of atrocities that they committed. So at the same time that they were treated as heroes, nowadays they are considered to be violated of human rights that are standing in these monuments in our city. So this is very disturbing to a lot of people that feel they feel that these monuments are being aggressive to the meaning that they defend or they represent. And we created these activities during the pandemic. This was 2021. So this was a design that was done completely online. And it was a major extension project developed and idealized by my tutor, Professor Giselle Begeman, that managed to create groups from many different teachers and students from the courses of architecture and design. And she asked me to coordinate the department of 3D modeling and photography. And having some experience in working with investigation of, for example, this is a study case where monuments from São Paulo were just destroyed in the middle of the night because some people didn't like them. So we came with this activity of investigation. And we understand that the new technologies can be used in many interesting ways to connect the old way of representing things and creating things by the statues, but also how we can use these new technologies to create new artistic meanings and how can be used for investigation. So we can learn from the old masters. Here we have Michelangelo that was painting sculptures in the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel and teaching us about the idea that scale represents meaning into sculptures. So if we wanted to investigate the sculptures, we had to bring the students of architecture and design to understand more and more the human body, but in order to reproduce them on 3D, but they don't need to be sculptures like Michelangelo. We can create some shortcuts to reconstruct these drawings, these sculptures, by treating them as human figures that can be played, like using our intuition of that we all have, that we played with dolls when we were young. So in this sense, these standing statues, they can be understood as a human body representing poses. And so we started with the different kinds of materialities and sizes in the city. We asked our students to go in the cities and first to try photogrammetry. It created some very interesting results, but we have some monuments that are super big and we didn't have the technology of using a drone with sensors. So it created some kinds of noises. So it wouldn't be interesting for us to create a whole set of monuments using the same language. So we also learned from another master, which are in case the game designers, that during time the game started to be 3D-dimensionalized, and we understand that even with the very first iterations of Mario with a very low resolution, we can understand the character. And this is just a curiosity to understand that the level of 3D modeling that architecture is used to is completely different from designing a whole human body. And you can see that in Mario 64, the first phase, and Mario has more or less the same amount of triangles that compose this image. And also understanding the meaning of the monuments, we would have to understand their sense of composition, what the different images would represent in connection one to each other. So we also looked at references from contemporary art. There's Bill Viola's video installations. There's also Anton Corbijn, which is the art director of some Depeche Mode movies, video clips. And also to understand that by little gestures, we can already identify some characters. Here's baby Jesus, reminding ourselves that on Doomsday, this little kid is the one that is going to judge all of us in the biblical symbology. So with very little resolution, we can also give an idea of the characters that we are representing. So as a first exercise, we took this monument of dedicated to the Bandeirantes, which are these polemical characters that I just mentioned. This is a huge statue that is in front of Ibirapuera Park, which was designed by Oscar Niemeyer in the 50s. And since we were 15 students working on that, I realized that there are more or less 30 figures. So if each one of them would choose two, we could start doing exercises of understanding these figures of this human scale. So we just asked them to freely understand how redesign this, do studies about this, the drawings of the sculptures before they were modeled. So this is the first result that we had. And nobody knew how to use Blender, but a student or two. So we also learned a lot by just checking freely YouTube tutorials, learning to model, and little by little we would refine them. So we got all the models, created a kind of a generic doll that could be transformed into the pose of the other figures, and we managed to create 6 representations of 6 monuments in the city as a first result. We would do like weekly meetings so we could understand the advances of the students. And it's really interesting how by redesigning the models of this monument, we little by little could understand the stories that they were telling about. There were human figures, but of course also architecture, the bases, the plinths, and little by little we managed to do the 8 models with using the same statics, the same language, so we could import them to the Sketchfab platform, and you can have them online. Also adding some images and some information about the monuments, as you can sorry, I can't find the button of the mouse. Well, anyway, you can visit the website, but I'll send the link later. And mission accomplished. We managed to inaugurate this web page, the Monumenta something about this project that is still online, and it was inaugurated in the very day of the celebration of the 200th anniversary of our independence. And then we had all this material that this is just digital data that can be transformed physically. We also did experiences doing filters for Instagram, that we have a huge community of the Monumenta project in Instagram, and we invited the people that were part of this community to implement the models and creating some actions, some really easy actions that they could show us their ideas of where these monuments should be put on. So this is him placed as a mascot for a surveillance camera store, or just frying on the fireplace. Another example of how we can use the materiality of these monuments was for an art installation that we did for the Museum for Modern Art. We transformed the Borba Gato statue, which was one of the Bandeirantes. We managed to reconstitute it and create a bench, so people could use their bodies instead of just looking to these monuments, that they could use their bodies to re-signify their connections to these monuments. And there were also activities of discussion about public monuments in this during this exhibition. And finally, we came with the Monumenta AR, which was an exhibition/game, which allowed us to finally use the technology of augmented reality to create an exhibition into the public space, bringing this production that we did to the public space again. And then we created 22. We went further with our 3D modeling. We got a lot of sponsorship from the government of São Paulo, from University of São Paulo. So we managed to set a team and create this gamified experience that was set in the main square of the University of São Paulo. So in order to do this connection between the virtual information that we developed to the public, we needed some physical infrastructure. So we designed exhibition displays that were, we decided to make them really simple as street signs, and also with instruction manuals, so people could easily understand, download the apps that were on Google Play and App Store, and also gathering the information, the historical information about the monuments. They were placed, and we developed the application together with developers from the course of mathematics from University of São Paulo. And here we have 22 fiducial markers like this one that were spread around the square of University of São Paulo. And people could download the app and then point the cameras to the fiducial markers that were standing in the head of this post, and being able to bring to augmented reality the versions that we designed of the monuments, together with an audio guide that tells the story of how of their origin or of their original meanings, and how they are being resignified through a colonial lenses. And all this material is open source. You can freely just print the fiducial markers, spread them around, create new exhibitions like the ones we did at a different room at University of São Paulo and the European Institution of European Design in São Paulo. Here we are, the team, very happy, and even happier because we were awarded with 3 different awards from 3 different fields. One from the Institute of Architects in São Paulo, about techniques and technology, one from the field of game, the Games for Change Latin America, we won the Impact Project Award, and the Latin American Design Award as digital experimental. So it's amazing to see that it is really a new and growing field that can be, we can penetrate in different fields of creativity with the same project. And as a next step, coming after the Monumenta RA, why not the Monumenta UK? So this is the activity that I'll be doing under the supervision of Stephanie. And we are going to do user feedback sessions from this AR experience, but trying to reconstitute some of the problematic monuments. And I know that there are not very, there are a lot of them around here. Together with that, we're going to be in contact with the platform that did the project called King's Past. So then we can already have some examples of monument, there are stories, and we are going to do feedback sessions with users in the beginning of September using also mocap sensors, so we can understand better how they use the space around them. So that's it. Thank you very much. I hope I didn't go any further on time. So this is my contact. If you want to talk more about this project, I'll be more than happy to do so. And tomorrow we are going to do some showcase sessions that we are going to be able to play around with the AR. We can download an APK version for Android. So be welcome to come back tomorrow and play with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that lovely kind of inspiring talk. I really like the idea of kind of deconstructing things in order to reconstruct them. And hopefully we'll get some useful and interesting kind of feedback from people in those user testing sessions. And if anyone would like to be part of those user testing sessions, please let us know and we'll sign you up to come and play for a day. Okay, on to our next speaker. I think we're all lined up, who is Hugh Bowden, who is a professor of ancient history at King's College London, and he's going to be talking about the virtual reality Oracle project. I'm going to hand the mic to you.
If I have that, can people, I don't know if people can tell online whether they can hear, they can hear me, but okay, that's great. So I feel a complete fraud being here in having no personal, direct involvement with actually the creation of VR in this particular project that was entirely outsourced to a company in Bristol called Friday Sunday. But I want to talk about my project, or the project I was involved in, Virtual Reality Oracle, and say something about what we were trying to do in the hope that it may be of interest and relevance to the subject of this workshop. And I wish I had been able to be at more of it. I sort of actually work quite a lot with CMCI and DDH and KDL, but not in a particularly practical way or sort of technological way. So the Virtual Reality Oracle was an AHRC funded project run. The principal investigator is a colleague of mine at University of Bristol. It had had further teams another team at King's looking at neuroscience, and one at Bath. In Bristol, it was between classics and computer-human interaction, so computer science. And what we wanted to do was to create something, to do a series of things. So first of all, this is a project to recreate religious experience, or an attempt to actually, let me rephrase that, reimagine religious experience. And it's focused on the Oracle at Dodona. I'll talk about that in a moment. The primary objective of this was to create an app, a VR app that could be used in school teaching to A-level, that is 12th grade or 11th, 12th grade in the American equivalent, so final years at school. For those students doing A-level ancient history, where there is a section on Greek religion, and where teachers, we know, don't necessarily find it easy to teach. So part of this was to create the app, and you've got the web page visible on the screen, and the app is there, downloadable from the Metastore or from Google Play if you want to use it on Google Cardboard, or if you don't have any technology at all, there are YouTube videos, 360-degree videos that you can use to explore it. It's a largely passive experience, but I'll come back to that in a moment. So let me get the right. It's fine. It's just I need to work out how the buttons work on every mouse I use. So Dodona is a sanctuary, as you can see, in northern Greece. It was dedicated to Zeus, and it was important in antiquity because it was the site of an oracle. People would travel there from quite long distances to consult the oracle on all kinds of matters. Make sure the mouse stays in the right place. If you go and visit there today, it's rather impressive. It's very isolated. There's no town very near it. But what you can see here is all things that were built after the time we're dealing with. This is the theatre, built about 300 BC, currently being rebuilt at great expense to the European Union. But our project was set 150 years before this. So this is the built-up view of the sanctuary. Again, the sort of post-300 BC. But the key element within it was a sacred oak tree. You can see the arrow pointing in this reconstruction. You can see here the site as it is now, with a successor to that oak there on the left-hand side of the screen. And this is probably a more useful picture than the previous photograph of the atmosphere of the place. It was known in antiquity for being particularly rainy and stormy and windy. But more to the point, in the period we're dealing with, it would have been a lot more, the very few, well, no stone buildings and a lot more trees. What makes Dodona really important is the fact that we have several thousand lead tablets which contain questions that people came to the oracle to ask. This is a unique body of material that tells us a huge amount about what kind of people came, but also what kind of questions people put to the gods in a period that stretches basically from a bit before 500 BC to a bit after a bit after 200 BC. So a good 300 years worth of questions. The oracle itself functioned for several centuries before that, but this is when the lead tablets come. So this is the kind of questions that people ask. Shall I request citizenship? What gods should I pray to? Interestingly, we know from the questions that the consultants included women as well as men, slaves as well as free, and this is very would probably have been unexpected, but is important. So what we have essentially at Dodona is no buildings, but lots of questions. In other words, this isn't an attempt to reconstruct an impressive ancient site, but it isn't what we're interested, or what drew us to Dodona as a project for a virtual reality experience is human interaction. So this is about religious experience, but it's very much rooted in human interaction. So as I say, we had to reconstruct the site on the basis of the archaeology and such other information we had, the topography. And these are just a few images from the sort of build stage of this that were produced by the company who produced stuff according to our specifications. We did also have, although never ended up using it, night sky for the right point, the right date, or a specific date in the 5th century BCE, which was part of where, had we had the opportunity to do more and had more time and more, probably a much larger budget, we might have been able to include some more interesting night views of this. But this is, as you can see, various views of the overall design of the site and some of the buildings. And then this is what it looks like if you're actually in the game. I've got a couple of screenshots to show you what it's like. Just so to give you some idea of, well, it doesn't, because actually one of the things, certainly my experience of this, is that it is the immersivity works. I was myself surprised, having worked on it at every stage, to find quite how convincing something that looks here pretty basic and a bit Disney-esque, and it looks more Disney-esque if the focus is sharper, actually works reasonably well as an interactive experience. We needed it to be reactive because we did have one of the teams involved in the project trying to measure brain activity for people who were experiencing the oracle, to see if we could discover anything, what the experience of putting, or how the experience of putting yourself into the hands of the gods, or a god to answer a question, might affect the brain. Those studies which are happening at King's, we haven't seen the results of yet, and I'm looking forward to seeing whether we can get anywhere. But I think what I want to say about it, and to stress, if you take part in it, or if you try it out, as I say, it's fairly passive. You will be introduced to characters, you will overhear conversations, and then you will have a consultation where you'll first of all watch, or you'll be with someone else who will be asking a question, and you'll see their response. And then you have your question, which is your question in the sense that it's given to your character, including the useful all-purpose question, which is somewhere here, or maybe it's not. But will I achieve what I'm hoping for, essentially? So that we do know that people ask, or will what I am thinking of come to pass? Which allows us to leave it open to the participant to think about their question. But I think, as I say, what's important is the extent to which we can use this kind of experience, this kind of technology, to allow people to think about what it might have been like to consult an oracle. And so the immersivity is about getting to hear from other people how they feel about this as a process, i.e. how seriously they take it. It's about seeing what the surroundings may have been like. We don't actually know what the exact form of the consultation process is. We know that the tree was supposed to provide the signs of what the answer of, what form of answer you were going to get, but there's no information about exactly how that was communicated. So that we had to reconstruct on the basis of what we know about other oracles and other possibilities. But nonetheless, I think it as a way of showing human divine interaction as a fundamentally sort of communal activity, rather than trying to rebuild some impressive classical buildings. If you want really impressive classical buildings, Assassin's Creed is there for you. We wanted to do something rather more simple, and to introduce people, A-level students, the general public, to the possibility of thinking about religious experience from a personal and in a different way. And that's probably almost my time up, so it's probably a useful place to stop. Unless that, well, I know, but I'm not sure that anything. I think that probably covers it adequately.
Thank you very much. I probably have another question later about whether you would allow A-level students to ask their own questions to the Oracle, or whether that would be slightly too risky. But thank you very much for that. Our next speaker, who I think we've got lined up okay, is Neil Jegman from King's Digital Lab. He's a senior research software analyst, and he'll be talking about a close reading of representational art using immersive tech. And I think we're set up to go.
Thank you.
One microphone for you.
Let's
Yeah.
work.
Yeah.
Hi everyone. So I initially worried that I'd have enough to say on this topic, but it's interesting that like quite a few of the speakers we've heard today and the projects we've heard about today, what I'm about to talk about began as a kind of solo passion project during the pandemic. So it feels like everything immersive kind of just received a massive kick up the proverbial during the pandemic. So this was a kind of homegrown methodology intended for one purpose, that had the unexpected byproduct of encouraging what I would describe as a close and absolute attention to a piece of art that I wasn't previously familiar with. And it ended up, that process, I think, for me, ended up being more revealing than the output. So essentially, I was using an immersive approach which fine-tuned my attention as a side effect of the process. So this is unquestionably a project about art. I have to admit up front that I'm not an art historian by any stretch, but I did discuss the first iterations of these methods that I'm going to talk about in a podcast with a classically trained artist, Tom de Freston, and that conversation at least served to reassure me that what I was doing, the approach I was taking was a valid and objective kind of path of inquiry. As a little bit of background, the very first speaker we heard from today, Rob Morgan, was engaged in a residency at the National Gallery X just before the start of the pandemic. And he had to pivot that work very quickly when we all went into lockdown. And at that time, there were, I think, 4 Titians, maybe 5, that had been brought together for the first time in something like 200 years. And there was every chance that no one was actually going to get to see these paintings. No one knew how long lockdown was going to last. And Rob pivoted his ideas, and he wanted to use an augmented reality app that he'd designed to allow people to see these paintings in their living rooms and to not be constrained to one interpretation, one perspective of that painting. And so the viewer could travel through different narratives and branch off and hear different opinions about that work. And that work was Diana and Action, which you can see here, jointly owned by the National Gallery and the National Gallery of Scotland. That's a little screenshot of Rob's app. And then as a kind of side effect, as a byproduct of that work, he found out that I was looking at how to interpret representational art at this stage, and it still remains only representational art, and I mean that in art that uses a conventional sense of perspective to show recognizably real characters. And I was inspired to sort of have a go at this when I was working with the artist Jane Wildgoose, and we were looking at this particular picture, St. Jerome in his study by Messina, and you can see this work. It's very kind of flat. It's a single vanishing point really in this work, and it was very easy for me to kind of layer up the elements here and create a very brief kind of intrusion into that space of St. Jerome in his study. And I wanted to build up and see how far I could sort of take this method. Shall I just go? And I did this twice actually. The first time I did it was I think I was overly concerned with trying to imitate the painting in terms of color and texture, and we can hopefully this is a little video of the interpretation I did at that time, and I was worried that I was being far too subjective in this interpretation. I wanted to revisit the process and see if I could be far more systematic about how I sort of deconstructed this picture, and how I could take my viewer's head off and be very systematic about that interpretation. So you can see this is the old version. And obviously there's no point in competing with Titian for trying to get the colors right or the composition right. Why am I even trying? But the idea was I just wanted to basically take this piece of art, be able to look at it from different angles, to explore the environment of this imagined scene, imagined even in the mind of Titian himself, and to transform it into something that could potentially be used as an immersive experience. And basically because it was a fun challenge to engage in. That's the most important motivation. So that's slightly longer than I thought. Let's see if we can get on. No. Okay. So excuse me, sorry. There we go. So the first task in sort of being in this kind of systematic objectivity was, we all know what we're looking at. We look at this painting and we have a sense, without knowing any of the context behind it, what's happening. And I thought, well, let's take any sort of pre-knowledge out of that judgment. And in the times when I'd started doing this and the time I revisited it, AI had emerged as a powerful tool, or a more available tool, I should say. And rather than use a sort of generative approach, I decided to use AI to kind of focus it back on the art itself and ask the AI what we're looking at. And of course, you get different answers depending on which AI you're using. These results are a couple of years old now. So we've got a description of a group of naked men and women in a wooded area with a man holding a red cloth, Renaissance painting, Flemish, Baroque, Mannerism, whatever. Okay, that's sort of a fairly sort of close approximation of what we're seeing. However, if I asked this deep Buru model, I got this barefoot, blonde hair, breasts, brown hair, fine art, medium breasts, multiple boys, multiple girls, nude painting, medium penis, realistic media. Okay, so it's very sort of a very different opinion. And then I thought, that I was that was what the AI thought, and I was in trying to deconstruct this painting in order to reconstruct it in 3D, I started to notice different details, some of which were quite subtle and some less so. You know, I focused in on Diana's vengeful look. We've got this little dog at Diana's feet, which is counterpoint to this rather sort of vicious looking hound that Action has. Some of the pixelation might spoil this, but you can see scattered around the picture there are these portents of impending doom, skins hanging from the trees. I noticed some things here, so you might just be able to spot one of the nymphs in this picture has, this is her hand as rendered by Titian, but you can also see the shadow up here of another hand. Well, clearly Titian had changed his mind at some point, decided the hand wasn't quite right, shifted it down for reasons of perspective or composition, we'll never know. And then in the background, you can also see the same scene played out in the future. So you can see this little character here is actually Diana chasing the stag, which is very hard to make out, that Action becomes after stumbling on her upon her her forest picnic. But this is the thing that struck me, because this was a challenge to interpret when I was trying to make it into a 3D space, is the water is all wrong. You know, if you can rely on something, anything in the painting to be horizontal, it's going to be the water. And you can see from this reflection, go away. You can see this from this reflection and the way that this rag is hanging from Diana's legs, that the water is off kilter, it's off balance. In fact, it's off balance to about the tune of about 16 degrees, I think. And if you do correct it for that horizontal, you've suddenly thrown the rest of the picture out of balance. So, and when I was talking with Tom de Freston about this, he said he was adamant that this was a completely intentional kind of disruption of the space. You know, it wasn't a mistake. This was to contribute to the dreamlike quality of this picture. And then I started to look at other kind of basic compositional rules. So there are a number of sort of compositional conventions that the artists might use in their work. There's the idea of thirds. I overlaid a thirds grid onto this roughly square image, and I couldn't, in all honesty, see a kind of correlation there. Perhaps when we look at a diagonals grid, that some of the elements tie up a bit more. Again, it's arguable, but it wasn't until I used this kind of golden spiral compositional tool that I could really see this kind of flow of the architecture and the subjects. And this is my interpretation completely, but you'll see that this golden spiral kind of ends up arguably quite suggestively on the groin of one of the attendant nymphs. When you look at this painting, you see the color in it. For me, when I glance at this, you know, red is the powerful color. Red is the really striking thing. It's really portentous color. But if you kind of statistically look at the colors that are present in that image, it's really low down there. You know, if we statistically divide the dominant colors, it's very dull. It's very brown. If we expand that buckets, we get some slightly brighter colors. It's not until we get to that bottom row where there's like 15, the top 15 colors contributing to this painting, we get any hint of redness at all. So there's just completely deconstructing this painting from an amateur's layman's perspective. And I found this really, really fascinating. So the way in which I attempted to bring this into 3D was using the principles of vanishing points. So there we have a kind of 3 vanishing points in this image. We've got the green lines heading off towards the left of the far left, and the red lines heading off towards the far right. And using that, I said I wanted to kind of avoid assumptions, but you have to make a couple of assumptions, which For this to work, I have to assume that, and the software that I'm using, I have to kind of assume that the human eye is roughly equivalent to a 50mm camera lens, okay, in the way that it positions these elements. And doing that enables me to kind of backwards engineer the position of the viewer or the painter in this case. Then I was thinking about how to put these characters in the right place. In the first iteration, I'd just done this by feel. I'd made that virtual space, and then I literally moved the characters around until they looked right. You know, it was all highly subjective, and I thought, how can I go about this a bit more systematically? And using this kind of simple formula of the average height of the characters of the human male and the average height of the human female. And then the known distance, which then I could then calculate because I knew this 50mm lens rule. Then I could, you know, I could work out the relative spacing of these characters. And another assumption here, obviously, was that this is the same. All these women are exactly the same size, which happily is probably the case because Titian probably had one model doing all these different poses and moving around before he assembled it into this. Composition. And then, of course, I turned AI on it again. I said, you know, not as a generative sense, but I said to the AI, give me a depth map of this image. So these are the lighter areas are obviously closer to the viewer. The darker areas are further away from the viewer. There are different algorithms for calculating this depth, which give us slightly different results. But just combining the original image with that depth map gives us a sort of a rudimentary journey through the depth of that painting. And then AI can do other things for us. It can we can look at the poses of the characters. We can work out where the edges of the main compositional elements are. How the light would reflect off different surfaces if this were a 3D surface. We could even ask it to segment different areas of the image for us. So, and this is a picture of that's Kirsty, my girlfriend, pretending to be in Gravity Sketch, which is an application in which I brought the painting into the 3D environment and then brought these mannequins into the 3D environment. And then once they'd been relatively positioned according to the methods that we've just been speaking about, this is kind of the fine tuning stage of trying to get them to be approximately the right, well, closer to their true poses. And then finally this, welcome Hannah, the idea of where the light was coming from. And so finally, this whole process led to me having this scene in Blender. One more minute. This scene in Blender, and I was interested where the light was. I was able to shift the light around and use different kinds of light, point lights, sunlights, diffuse lights, and experiment with that until I found, you know, the right configuration of lighting. And yet again, it shouldn't be a surprise to us, I suppose, that the truest representation in terms of the painting was the light falling directly on Diana herself. Okay. And so my second interpretation, yeah, it doesn't, all the colors gone, all the textures gone, but I was very happy that the process I'd gone through, the systematic approach to it, had given me a truer representation of the composition from different angles. And it's like, what's really cool to me is that you get that we're moving around that composition, and it only works, unsurprisingly, when you're looking at it straight on. You know, as soon as you move off of that viewpoint, the whole thing breaks down. What's going on over there? You know, there's forests, are there roads, are there other buildings? What it's just it was just, for me, again, speaking as a layperson, in terms of art history, it was a really I thought it was really illuminating, an interesting way to look at this piece of work. Those are all the pieces of software I used. And that's me. I'm sorry for running over if I did.
Awesome. Thank you, Neil. It would be lovely to kind of think about where that's going next and how you're going to develop that in the future, maybe, and maybe have a chat about that afterwards, or where you see it going kind of in further iterations and what that might look like. Okay, and for our final speaker of the day, last but very, very, very not least, Gabriele Salciute Civiliene. Nice. Who is a senior lecturer in digital humanities at King's. And she will be speaking about the rhetoric of attention, VR for embodied reading.
Cool. Right. It's very reassuring actually to do this presentation after Neil, because kind of like it reassures me that playing with technology is a method, because that's what I'm gonna talk about, playing with technology in my ongoing experimental project to experiment with VR in literature, which is a kind of less intuitive area of the application, and getting some knowledge, if any, than, for example, a VR application in cultural heritage visualizations. So as someone whose scholarly worldview and understanding of text was defined by the rise and spread of cognitive studies in the 90s and onwards, as a digital humanist now, I've been always struggling with computational minimalism and statistical compression in literary studies. I do a lot of experimentation with computational approaches to literary texts, as in these featured visualizations that I created to foreground patterns across the translations of William Faulkner's famous novel, The Sound and the Fury. Yet for me, text has been always something experiential that is not confined to its written form on page on screen. Text and language are fuzzy and messy, as prototype and chaos theories taught us back in the 90s, or at least me. We are not short of the dynamic theories of text and language as something shifting, porous, moving, and even metabolically entangled with speaking bodies and the environment. But the question is both epistemological and methodological, how we could show text as something that shifts with every reading voice, with every enactment and every interpretation. This is one of the passages from the novel that gives us a glimpse into the mind of Benji, whose language is elliptical, void of descriptive details, as is the whole narrative. Benji is a peculiar narrator. He's 33 years old, and he has a very limited mind, or so people think. His language reflects his peculiar ways of perceiving the surrounding world, absent of a sense of time, space, and the usual connections of causality. Instead, the whole novel is focused on how Benji and others feel. Which embodies the philosophical claim of Gadama that we are in the world by being in the language. And I can reverse this by adding, we live in the language by being in the world. So the passage reads as, Roscoe was milking at the barn. He was milking with one hand and groaning. Some birds sat on the barn door and watched him. One of them came down and ate with the cows. I watched Roscoe's milk while Teepee was feeding Queen and Prince. The calf was in the pig pen. It nuzzled at the wire bowling. Barn is one of the central images to Faulkner's world. It keeps recurring in this and many of his other novels, and that's why I chose it as one of these objects that I want to experiment with. The syntax that Faulkner invented for each of his narrator, there are 4 in The Sound and the Fury, while some other novels might contain even more, like 16. So the syntax is crucial to relay the mind of narrator. In fact, the writer messes up with punctuation, syntax, the order of narrating to give us a sense of someone being uniquely in the world. Reading Faulkner is experience in itself. I happened to speak with one of his translators into Lithuanian, and she said something remarkable, that reading Faulkner back in the Soviet times made her feel alive, even though each page of Faulkner, in particular this novel, is saturated with rage, despair, and longing. This is not what I usually do, rest assured, but I thought I'd feed this passage into AI for the sake of illustration of what I've been recently thinking of as phenomenological chasm. As we all unique, but somehow we manage to make that leap and believe that our experiences, that we share our experiences, that there is something common amongst us. So I fed this passage, and apparently AI cannot parse Faulkner. Like other AI tools, Adobe's Firefly imposes its own syntax. I know what compromise is, so I keep simplifying the language. But for a while, AI cannot cope with what I think makes sense, and I cannot cope with its linguistic desires for more simplicity. There's less and less Faulkner or context at all as I go, but I suspect that my AI companion, and I cannot jump to another slide for some other reason. Okay. I suspect that my AI wants to go global. And it does not like that reference to American South. AI does not even begin to prompt me with how to paraphrase Faulkner. Let's jump here. Until I place the word man with woman. I'm delighted to discover that woman and cow are words that go intimately together. It insists on showing diversity, but resists following my verbal instructions to make those women squeeze another or two, because that's what milking is. I have one trick up my sleeve. I double back and reinsert the word man. It works. Various men are having the idylling moment outside the barn. This emboldens me beyond the pale. I decide to dazzle my interlocutor with AI-pleasing haiku. Outside a shabby barn, a man milks a cow. His lips are cherry red, his eyes are rolling. My companion turns out to be gender fluid. The future looks bright, and this is where we part our ways. But on a serious note, why doesn't it work? What is missing here? Why intelligent machines cannot relate to text the way we do, or will they ever? Though this somehow brings up what we heard earlier in the first panel, that the intelligent machines do interpret text. The phenomenological gap between machines and humans is huge and reasons are many, but one theory grabs my attention. First, it shows that boundaries between observation and execution are porous. And second, it shows that boundaries between observation and imagination are also porous at some level. The mechanism which allows us to relate to as diverse media as featured here and beyond is called mirror neurons or neural mirroring. And this explains why, for example, just looking at this diversity of media, we can still relate, we can still interpret that there are different actions being performed. The mirror neuron discovery in the 1992 provided neuroanatomical evidence for the aesthetic theories of mimesis and mimicry. It was also hoped to explain our ability to empathize. So while I'm not an expert in neuroscience, these are interesting findings that challenge how we think of the extent of our mediated perception. It appears that individual neurons fire up in different parts of the brain when we do things. The same neurons fire up when we observe someone doing that action. Mirror neurons are specialized for actions. Different neurons will fire up when we observe and perform a specific action, such as grabbing or smiling. Mirror neurons are also coded for actions at abstract level. That means we don't need to actually see things to see them in our mind, and that's amazing. Our mirroring flexibility is impressive. Around half of the mirror neurons that fire while performing or observing an action that produces sound also fire at the sound associated with that action. Animal brains are also capable of mirroring in response to sound. Also, half of the mirror neurons that fire while performing or observing fire even when the action cannot be completely seen. Mirror neurons also code the intention associated with the action. So that means that we can just perceive the intention instead of seeing that action being performed. This means that we can see things and not necessarily visual things in our brain, even when we don't see them, but experience with other senses. This interesting finding suggests that sensory input is never as computationally straightforward as we might theorize it. The sensory makeup of our perception is entangled and oddly reconstructive or referential, as in when blind people using their hearing interpret the actions of others by recruiting the same human mirroring system brains areas as sighted people. The mirroring capacity of the brain is also postulated to be an automatic response that commands our attention at the pre-reflective stage. But this challenges all the language around XR, AI, and other digital technologies as sense or mind augmenting technologies. Well, it seems it is the brain that augments what is shown, no matter what media, abstract or hyperrealistic, moving or static is in front or around us. This capability to imagine something specific or concrete when no direct or full observation or witnessing is possible suggests that on the neuroanatomical level, reading is as performative and embodied as watching a film or playing a game. We can relate to fictional characters and real people alike in this double act of observing doing, which puts the literary medium on the same par as image-based medium. The question, though, is whether mirroring is the same while reading and watching. Some early findings suggest that both spatial extent and magnitude of activation when reading differed slightly when compared to activation of the same areas in response to videos. Even though neural mirroring is less intense in response to text, just reading is not passive per se, it is still embodied. But how we even begin to experiment with non-textual representations or showing of the experientially fleeting and metabolic side of the text, how to even validate the experiencing of a text as a kind of method. So the current state of VR and the accessibility for rapid prototyping makes it a tool and space where doing and observing can intimately mingle. In my project called Virtual Reality Ethnography and Literature Across Languages, I can reimagine the reading of literature while building VR experience, as well as to rethink the XI medium while using literature to foreground and magnify differences in textual experiences. So what you see here is a 3D model of the Lithuanian kloimas to illustrate the consequences of a wrong choice that a Lithuanian translator made when translating the references to Björn. I'm not interested in the concept of mistake, but rather in the anthropology of choice and where it comes from. While you see a model, what you don't see is the process of looking for information and generating questions that I would never have asked as a literary scholar. I might have never been allowed to pursue them when I did my literary studies back in my alma mater. Neither I'm keen on making others see something specific. Looking at lingering in that virtual space where I can experiment with what is shown is what I'm interested in primarily. We don't see before we look, even though at times seeing may feel sudden or revelatory in a prophetic sense. And for that matter, we don't hear before we listen. The building of the 3D models and the VR space show that the reconstruction of visual objects from evidence inside and outside the text is impossible, at least in this novel. The phenomenological volatility of reading being one reason. The text changes every time we read or do something with it, both at the level of neural mirroring and perceptual. The whole process of building was based on asking specific questions and getting very vague answers. And those questions might have been like, what window would have looked like in that barn that Faulkner imagined in this novel? Or how Benji with his unusual mind would have seen it? Would he ever register the details of it? This perceptual vagueness and abstractness kind of disappears in literary studies because it is counterproductive to demonstrate knowledge it's counterproductive to demonstrate that knowledge is not really tangible, that there is no definitive answer to that. Much of our literary scholarship is metafiction, and I say that without any irony or disparaging attitude. But is it worth building? The 3D comparison of the barn and the kloimas show rather than say that they belong in different mind schemes. It creates compelling evidence for our eyes of how different but also vague the imaginary landscapes might be. Textual studies, like many other disciplines, are oculocentric and logocentric, something that we've addressed in other areas. Oculocentric as when visual images are more central to literary discussion than other imagery, or logocentric as when we use words to reflect on our responses to textual elements. But text is also sound, cultural, personal, when read aloud or inside one's mind. Text depicts or sometimes omits ostentatiously sounds, like sound imagery. Text evokes or suppresses sound associations. Text is produced in acoustic environment. And again, I feel like this kind of doubles back on what Luce Svart was telling us in her presentation. The sound is probably the most fundamental topological difference. between the barn and the cloimas, the two objects as imagined in two different readings. While the American barn was a space to keep cattle and store grain, the ecologies of animal and plant cultivation were separated in the Lithuanian context. The cloimas was the domain of plants, which were considered no less alive than humans or animals. It evokes a very different sound ecology of work performed under polyphonic singing. And just to demonstrate a bit of my prototyping here. As I'm told, I'm overrunning, so I'll wrap it up with this last slide. So, of course, the big question, whether there's any method that can be replicated, probably not. But for me, reading has been always something like the theater of the mind, where we perform the text as we read, as we reimagine it, and the text performs us. So this is a theater of the mind, primarily. Suspended between representation and non-representation, where shapes and sounds, where I create shapes and sounds that are just familiar enough to trigger mirror neurons, but not too obvious, just enough to provoke a reflection that lingers longer and turns into looking rather than seeing. I'm very open also for collaborations. I'm not a sound designer, and I'm looking for someone who could actually help me with the sound design. So there is a bit of invitation, opening the invitation. If anyone would be interested to enter this madness with me, please contact me by this email. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for rounding us off in style and with sound. I think if we've got the image of the room up on Zoom because all our presenters are in the room. If I could ask Gabriele just to come onto that table, just so that we can see you all on the Zoom as well. And then I might give you guys the secondary mic. And then you can pass them between you. Hopefully you're all close enough to juggle. So push a little bit into the picture. Okay. So I'm going to try and start us off with a slightly maybe softer, gentler question at the end of the session, maybe leading to a slightly deeper one, we'll see. We've talked about attention in terms of kind of directing it, holding it, designing for it, earning it. What were the biggest challenges for each of your projects associated with attention in any way, shape, or form? Maybe it wasn't a soft question.
Is this on straight away, or do I have to do anything?
I think so. I think it's on. Yep, it's on.
Well, obviously, I chose to pick up the mic first because I think mine is a kind of maybe anomalous project in the sense that it was very self-driven, and the attention or the attention slant that I've given that piece of work was really a byproduct of the process, and that was, as I said, what sometimes you set out to do something, and I had a specific idea of how that would turn out, and it wasn't until, for me, until we were thinking about the three of us actually talking about organising this symposium, that I was thinking that this was something that I could bring to this event, and yeah, so for me, attention just fell out of the fell out of the machine, and it was a very personal experience.
Right. We've talked a lot about kind of attention, making attention for users, right? Kind of throughout this conference. But then it made me also think, like, what about the maker's attention? And for me, this project that I do in between many other projects is unfundable, probably. That means that kind of I can do it only in between many other things. And in a way, it kind of like gives you the luxury, because kind of there are no pressure kind of like on kind of like meeting some kind of like some kind of standards, some requirements that we usually have to meet kind of like when we go for funded projects. So that gives you kind of like liberty, kind of like in wandering and actually looking and wandering into very different directions. And it kind of like creates that extended attention that with which actually kind of things change quite a lot. And I have to say that at the beginning, I kind of like was trapped in this kind of like very typical hyper-realistic narrative, kind of like telling about someone like Benji walking towards the barn and then kind of experiencing something very realistic, which I hated myself, but I felt very stuck. But now I think I'm kind of like out of that trap, but that's because I have that luxury of kind of like keep kind of toying with the ideas as much as I wish.
Thank you. Well, in the case of the project, the Monumenta, I think of attention in two different stages. The first one is the attention that generated the idea of the whole project, right? Like how much do we pay attention to the monuments or the pieces of information materialized that tells our own stories around us. And that was the whole challenge of the project. The second one is I think since these technologies are little by little being popularized, one of our challenges was to bring people to the experience, because we did 2 layers of information. One was the virtual one, which was available online, and all the data that we have from the monuments that we remodeled, and the other one was one that could be accessed on the real world. So that's when we designed the polls with the signs with written information. So it's always a mixture of different media, like the existing ones that people know how to read text information. They know how to identify images and understand their meaning. But how do we bring people to the immersive experience? So we had to pay a lot of spend a lot of time understanding what would be the best instruction booklet to allow people to download the information, like scan the QR code. So there's all these steps that are in the way of people to immersing in these experiences when they're public. Because when you have the headsets, everything is more or less already there, just press play. But how do you bring people to this immersive world? So how to call the attention of these people and invite them to see the experience in this immersive media that we created. But that's the thing, there are many layers of experiencing the progress. If the guy just passes by and read information, find the 3D interesting, that's mission accomplished already. So
Okay. And I think another kind of thread I wanted to draw between all 3 of the talks was about play and playfulness. I think you've all talked about that in some sort of way, shape or form. Could you talk a little bit more about how kind of playfulness or play has informed your projects or your methods, or anything about play that comes to mind?
Can I start? I'm bringing some thoughts about that I've been collecting and trying to connect dots in my head about the relations between game and playing with the experiences of immersed with spatial computing and XR experiences. Again, there are 2 ways that they connect in my mind. The first one is that the softwares and the platforms that we use to create these experiences, they derive from game. They are game engines. They were developed by the game industry. So there's a lot of, I think, biased way of thinking in XR experiences, because they are already pre-molded by these engines. But at the same time, there's a way of connecting with game, which is the idea of Huizinga's Homo Ludens, when he creates the structure of the magic circle, like a place, a space that you can, now with XR, you can occupy physically in these hybrid environments. And they have like a suspended time, they have a specific space. So it's the game. I believe there are a lot of similarities between the structure of the XR experience with the structure of game itself. Like it has a beginning and an end, it has like a mechanics, it has an internal universe, So I think it's I'm really following these clues that the way that we experience these XR situations, they have a lot to do with the way that we immerse ourselves in game experiences, other than the playfulness of using your own body and your own mechanics to interact with the design mechanics of the experience.
I would like to touch kind of a bit on kind of playfulness as something like learning to break the rules, like in particular disciplinary rules, like, unlearning kind of like, the ways that you were taught or you were told or allowed actually to do in kind of certain contexts. So, and I think, I don't know, whether kind of that project sound very much like a rule breaker, but definitely for me, kind of like, it really stretched me to kind of think about how I look. And that's what I mentioned previously. I feel like, kind of, again, that takes us back to this oculocentric kind of like, culture and bias within culture. It's kind of seeing is fetishized not only in popular culture but also in academic background, in kind of like how we produce knowledge, and it's very kind of like difficult to shake that off actually, or kind of to start kind of thinking originally, or kind of at least kind of to begin to think originally, and kind of like I feel like that originality was very much missing kind of like in much of my work. So this project is really kind of like, something that kind of like, yes, kind of provides me with that playground to kind of escape and be someone else that I cannot be kind of like, in my kind of like, daily work.
Well, so pretty much everything I do starts with a sort of playful attitude. I should probably take life a bit more seriously, and especially work, actually. But I was thinking about, I think play and explorations is the way we're going to sort of discover the affordances of these types of experiences, that these types of technologies. And I think we've talked quite a lot today about the relative importance of verisimilitude, whether that be in terms of visual clarity or fidelity or sound or whatever sense you're playing to in an immersive way. And largely the consensus has been that kind of verisimilitude isn't integral to the immersive experience. And I think taking that like a step further, that's even when we're not worried about those elements or those sensory elements, we still tend to be understandably constrained by our conventional, I'm going to get metaphysical now, our conventional kind of ideas about what reality is, okay? Bear with me. And I think, there's there may be a kind of opportunity here for us to really reconfigure space. Everything that we do in immersive spaces at the moment is, whether it's play or whether it's meetups, whether it is geared toward reproducing in one way or another an experience, or enhancing an experience that we have in real life, or an interaction that we have in real life. And I think we're kind of yet to see something sort of a fundamental sort of paradigm breaking thing. I don't know what that might look like. The closest I came to, I was talking to Rob Gallagher just before he left about an experience I'd had with a game called The Under Presents, VR game. And there's a particular moment I had in it, which was a sort of light bulb moment for me, which I thought was really demonstrated the affordance of it as a medium. So there's a little sequence near the beginning of the extended onboarding where you have to open a door. It's a kind of a door which you lift up from the bottom, and you move your body and you try to lift the door and you can't. It's impossible. And then you go and you look for something else to do. And while you're looking for something else to do, you from 10 seconds ago comes along and does what you just did and can't lift the door. And you look at that, and then you look again and someone else comes along 10 seconds. And it's so you start to get this your actions are repeated through time, and you realize you can't open this door unless you collaborate with your past self to have the accumulated strength of two of you. Okay, and then this conceit gets really more and more complicated until and I had this briefest of moments, this disconnect, where I was looking around at these accumulated versions of myself, and I thought, oh, is that me or is that future me? And I wasn't sure if I was the real me. It didn't last for very long, but it was the kind of, you know, unsettling experience which I think maybe I'd like to sort of discover more of those those really really weird affordances of immersion.
Yeah, that sounds very kind of next level uncanny valley, perhaps. I'm going to see if we've got any questions in the chat, but also if there's any questions in the room, if anyone would like to ask any other questions to our panel. Have we got one? No, I don't think so. How are we doing for time?
It's 5:04.
Okay. I will ask one last question then, I guess. Oh, sorry, one at the back. I'll pass you.
Okay, it's not so much a question, but a comment on which I'm interested in the comments of the panel generally, and indeed anybody else. Reflecting on something that was said earlier today with the earlier panel referring to Yeats' Second Coming and the beast slouching towards Bethlehem to be born. Two of the most powerful lines in that poem refer to the best lack all conviction, while the worst are full of passionate intensity. And I think they very much define the nature of the poem, but they're actually people in the poem. And you have to wonder, to what extent is their reality flipped if it's the best who are full of passion and intensity and the worst who lack all conviction? It's a little bit of a mind game, but it does separate, in my mind anyway, the difference between the reality that we're perceiving as we see the world going to hell in a handbasket and the extent to which the world going to hell is actually a reflection of the people behaving in the game. And if they were extracted from the game, to what extent does the reality change? And to what extent are they behaving with lacking conviction or behaving with passion and intensity as a result of what they see in the game? I feel like saying, following Neil here, bear with me on this. But I think it's an important point because too often, I think in XR, people are seeing this implicit divide between whatever's going on and the people in the game who are they part of the game or are they contributing to it because of their behaviors? What are your thoughts?
Why not? You know, there's a theory that real life is actually a game. You've heard that. I had a point that I wanted to sort of focus on, separate to what you were saying there, I mentioned it earlier, regarding the metaverse. So, you know, there's different opinions about what the metaverse is and if it actually exists. Will it ever exist? So I guess a point I want to sort of clarify or hit on is the distinction between Zuckerberg's metaverse and, of course, metaverse that have been created by Sandbox and Roblox and, you know, brands going in. So I think there's some sort of can be confusion about what the metaverse is, because of course the dictionary interpretation is it's a 3D environment, social interaction. And BBC sort of gives you, they've got a little video with a similar sort of interpretation. So I guess I just wanted to sort of clarify that and maybe ask what everybody thinks is the metaverse, because there was a point where, you know, it's over, it didn't happen or it failed, I think the word was. So I think I just wanted to distinguish between that point, because for Neil Stephenson, of course, he's creating his own metaverse, Lamina One. So that's actually quite active. So yeah, just your thoughts on, does it exist? Will it never exist?
We've still got ours.
Thank
you.
Wants to answer? Well, I'll be very short about this, kind of like about metaverse. There are many metaverses. For me, metaverse is, despite kind of like all the philosophy going around, but it's kind of like on the economic level, it's just another platform. And of course, kind of platforms need to monetize, and of course, platforms are, you know, kind of where we actually kind of have to have that economic offering and economic reason to generate revenue. So I don't see kind of like in the metaverse that is being built, or kind of versions of metaverse that are being built, kind of, I don't see very much kind of depth there. For me, it's just really kind of another platform. So that is my short answer.
Right. And I think is that interoperability. I think that's one of the key words. I think one of the key words that they're looking for it to be realized from a Neil Stephenson point of view, conceptualization, is the interoperability, that we can go into this 3D environment and all these different apps and metaverses, we can connect and we can go from one to the other. But as it stands, there's different metaverses or metaversi. But I think, you know, a lot of the developers and creators were quite frustrated when there's a lot of hype with Zuckerberg's terminology, you know, a conceptualization that he sort of, it seemed as though he chose for himself, and a lot of people that weren't familiar with the industry actually thought the metaverse was his, whereas actually it's much bigger than him. It arrived before him, and possibly it might happen all the same.
Yeah, I think that's that. The idea of the interoperability is obviously an ideal aspiration for whatever we sort of conceive of as the next generation of the metaverse. But I think, you know, Zuckerberg staking a claim in a very unsubtle way on the whole concept of the metaverse. It's just one instance of, you know, a big player in that universe, for want of a better word. You know, and there's so much invested in these proprietary platforms that it's hard to see how that interoperability will really come about in that sort of competitive environment, I guess, in that competitive setting. I was just going to sort of just pedal back a bit as well and just suggest that, you know, I think we think of the metaverse as that kind of physical representation of or that a physical and graphical representation that we can interact with in a way that's similar to how we perceive our everyday surroundings. But I really think it's just that when we talk about it in that way, I think we're just talking about what's another layer of what's evolved over the last 20 or 30 years in terms of the online economy and that way of interacting with your peers and with markets and with every aspect of our life. It's just another, as you say, it's a platform. It's a kind of one method of accessing those services. And I think, you know, the metaverse is either exists on that spectrum or is one end of that spectrum, is my kind of personal slant.
Or rant.
Well, I agree that it's another platform, is another possibility of existence. Yesterday I was in this Rain, what's the name of that movie festival? Rain Dance. Yeah, there was an XR showcase, and there was this documentary about a given space that was designed. It's a cabaret on VR chat for, and there was like this huge queer community that is being meeting. There was a documentary that was made inside the metaverse, and people were just telling how important for them was to find people all over the world in the same place. And we can imagine that for some aspect of sociability, by any kind of difficulty or given condition that people may have around the world, maybe the metaverse is an interesting opportunity of having like a sense of community identity and to develop bonding with people, even though it's in a virtual environment. Like I myself, when I was in the pandemic, yesterday was very touching because I met the creator of a game called Cubism, which is like a 3D puzzle that I played in my Quest 2 during the pandemic in very lonely times. And at the same time, I visit some like a VR chat, some metaverse platforms that don't even exist anymore. It's not a VR chat, it's Outspace. And I went to concerts. I talked to some people. I just hanged around, and it was important when I was, and I can imagine that this was like they saw it as a huge opportunity to have physical physics space materialized into a virtual space while everybody was confined during pandemic. But then it opened again, and like a public space and real people kind of are what we're here for. But I think it has its own potential. People that use it like for multiplayer games and this kind of things that have been existed way before the metaverse, like in virtual reality spaces. They meet weekly to play games and to be together. So I think it's a platform using this new technology of immersion. Like we have a new layer of dealing with our body, our senses, our possibilities of existing in virtual worlds. But with this, I think what really holds it is a feeling of being part of a community. And now then there's the market trying to like create the killer applications or the in-app purchases that they can monetize from it. But I think there's something a bit more human that is essential for people to will to construct something as pretentious as this huge platform as the metaverse. But I think it's less about the technology and more about ourselves as a global society. I don't know, just some thoughts that come to my mind.
Thank you.
Actually, I just wanted to say, after my initial what might appear to a dismissiveness of like, which is not what I meant at all. I was just kind of responding to the idea of like interoperability, I think. But I just wanted to kind of fess up in a way that when we went into lockdown, or the first lockdowns, the first thing I did was make sure I had a solar charger for my VR headset. This was going to be I was prepping essentially when none of us knew what was going to happen. I was prepping with VR, and I made sure I had enough batteries, and yeah, and that was
Neil Doomsday.
Yeah, and to this day, I have friends in Belfast and Cornwall and Oxford, and we regularly get together to play golf, mini golf on Quest. And that's something we started during the pandemic as a kind of a social outlet, and it was really valuable at that time, and it was something that's continued into this, into the new normal. Anyway, thank you.
Yeah. Do you mind if I just close by saying I had the honor of being part of a wonderful XR event here at King's. So I don't know if you're familiar with what the work that Tam MacDonald was doing. So he's bringing the glam sector into XR, and I guess the metaverse.
Watch the space.
Watch this space. All right. Thank you very much. On that lovely kind of human-centered, hopeful note, it's nice to kind of wrap up. Yeah.
Yes, I don't know if it's already in your wrapping notes, Stephanie, but I was going to suggest if we could direct people to
Yes,
Rec Room guidance.
I was going to.
Sorry.
Yes, but you can do the talking if that makes more sense, if you want to talk them through that guidance. If you can pop that just holding slide up on the second page. I've got a slide that you can talk to if that's helpful. But while we're finding that, just to say thank you very much to all our presenters today for bringing together such a sort of diverse and fascinating range of perspectives on this topic. I think so. Just a round of applause again, just for everybody. Thank you. And if we didn't get to your questions in the chat, there are a couple I think that we haven't had time for, but we are going to try and address those either at the end of today or at the end of the conference as a whole. But please come back for day 2, which Neil's going to prep you for now, hopefully. I have a slide. It's your instructions.
Oh, I'm going to be super quick because there's beer in this room. Yeah, so tomorrow we had, starting at 11, we were going to try something a little bit experimental, which was just to get together in a platform called Rec Room. Full disclosure, this could fall flat on its face very quickly, which is why it's the first thing we're doing before the proper kind of the demonstrators at 12. If you're interested in participating in that experience, and look at there's some a link to a wiki page which I can share afterwards, but basically Rec Room is available on iOS, PC, Quest, Steam, Android, which is why we picked it. So you don't have to have a headset. You'll get more out of if you do have a headset. Registration is very simple, very low friction. And you just go through, you load it for your platform, you go through a 5-minute onboarding process specific to the platform that you're on. We kind of were adopting a basic naming convention for when you log in. So for instance, if I'm just going to be Neil KCL Quest, so you know who I am, where I'm from, and the format by which I'm in that space. For reasons that are yet to be fully clear, we can't share a code now. It's like the tree, you know, does a tree falling in the forest make a sound? This room doesn't exist until I'm there and I make it. Okay, and once I'm there, I can share the code and we can meet up. The idea was we might have a treasure hunt, we might have a hide and seek. More likely, we'll spend 10 or 15 minutes just going high and shooting each other with crossbows and glitter guns. But it's just a sort of little a little preamble to the rest of the day. And finally to Steph for signing off.
Thanks very much. I think we're going to try and have some headsets set up in the room if you're coming back here tomorrow, if you want to access the experience through them, fingers crossed, that will work as well. Can I skip to the next one? I don't know if I can. There it is. And then I think that's now a complete list of the works that we are also going to have in the room for the Immersive showcase. A variety of VR, AR, web and video pieces, mostly from our lovely speakers. So do come back and see us tomorrow morning. Is there anything else Gabriele wants to, do you want to say anything else?
Thank you.
Have a little.
I don't know. It was a perfect ending, but thank you everyone, those in particular, those who stayed with us longest till the very end. We would like to see you back tomorrow if you can. If not, let's keep in touch. We'll definitely be putting up a mailing list so that we keep in touch because this is just the beginning, and we'll be coming with the regular research seminars in autumn. So please watch the space as well, and perhaps we can do something with X-archiving. So that's what basically tomorrow is about as well. Like, you know, if you can be physically here, we would like also to spend the last hour tomorrow to do networking and talk together what we need as researchers and what we're interested and what infrastructures we need within the university to help our research happen. Thank you very much. That's it.